Hmm. Oh. Yes!
Alright, so today I'm going to be checking out Blueprints. Um, I've seen only a little bit about this game. It looked like it came up pretty well in the Second Wind review, and that's what put me over the top to say, okay, yeah, let's check it out. I was aware that it is like a roguelike where you're building a house, but I didn't know that it had little puzzles and stuff. So I definitely love little escape roomy type of puzzles. So that's kind of what I'm hoping for. So yeah, let's check this out. We'll see if we need to move my face soon. And I have in the description of the stream, no backseating if you've already played the game. But if you haven't played the game and you're, here with me enjoying this for the first time, then you're welcome to posit some ideas, theories, or some directions. It's all good. I'm gonna grab a Tums real quick. A little bit of heartburn.
I, Herbert S. Sinclair of the Mount Holly Estate at Reddington, do publish and declare this instrument my last will and testament, and hereby revoke all wills and codicils heretofore made by me.
We get
I
some
give
calcium
and
tabs in
bequeath
there
to my
because I still
grandnephew,
want to drink more
Simon
coffee.
P. Jones, son of my dear niece, Mary Matthew, all of my right,
That's nice.
title, and interest in and to the house and land which I own near Mount Holly. The above provision and bequest is contingent on my aforementioned grandnephew discovering the location of the 46th room of my 45-room estate.
Uh-huh.
The location of the room has been kept a secret from all the staff and servants of the manor, but I am confident that any heir worthy of the Sinclair legacy should have no trouble uncovering its whereabouts within a timely manner. Should my grandnephew fail to uncover this room or provide proof of his discovery to the executors of my will, then this gift shall lapse.
All right.
In witness whereof I have hereunto set my hand this 18th day of March, 1993. Herbert S. Sinclair.
A 45-room mansion. Does that make it a 9x9 single story? It shouldn't. I wouldn't expect it to be a single story by looking at it. Day 1. All right. Well, if it was a 9x9, that would assume that everything is perfectly square. I can look around. I've got a 50 at the top there. Okay. The 50 is not the number of steps I can take. Open only in the event of my death. Welcome to Mount Holly. You may not remember, but I have fond memories of your many visits here as a young boy. and I hope these rooms provide you with as much amusement as it did in those lost summer days. By the time you read this, I will assume you are fully aware of my last wishes and all the details of the bequest. Please, do not mistake my intentions in giving you this challenge as a lack of confidence. I assure you, nothing could have been further from my mind when I chose you as my heir. There are a few ground rules. No tools or items may be brought onto the estate from the outside. Tools and items found on the estate may not be taken off the estate. You may not stay overnight. I don't suspect that any of these stipulations should prove an impediment for someone as resourceful as yourself, but it is very important to me that you start fresh each morning and not rely on the successes of the previous day. Do not assume the rooms you find today will be the same rooms you find tomorrow. These grounds provided me a home for the last half-century, and even I am uncertain of which room lies beyond any particular door. Your grandmother used to say, don't go where the path leads. Abandon the path and go where you want it to lead. With all my love and wishes, best of luck. Herbert S. Sinclair. All right. And there is a blueprint here, but before I open it, I have a thought. Ace in a portrait. Okay. Am I able to step outside? I can step outside onto the grounds. Okay. And looks like I can sprint with, that's a weird shape for a mountain to have. I can sprint with shift. There's only one mountain that looks peculiar in that way. I noticed it first because I saw the reflection. So the shape of a house suggests a clock tower, and the clock is currently reading 8:20. So there is this gate, which I don't seem to be able to open, with paths leading in a couple different directions. Don't seem to be able to open it yet, at least. And there's this gate over here, which looks open and has a symbol that looks similar to the one that's over the mantelpiece in the first room. Can I go beyond this? I can. This is private drive. There is a bird bath. Birds do respond to my movement. There's a looping path here, like a driveway. But if I'm here, can I walk out to that? Yes, I can. Okay. Boarded up. There's like a minecart track type of thing there. There's not a lot of music at the moment. Just a little ambient sound. A waterfall. Okay. There are constructed bits way down there. We're on a cliffside of sorts. Okay. A second bird bath. That's not very far from the other bird bath. The pattern of these stones feels weirdly intentional. The center set of stones is a symmetrical pattern, but the outer set isn't symmetrical. And there are 3 distinct colors of stone there. I'm not going to go so far as screenshotting that yet, but the thought crossed my mind. Okay, down in here, it's dark. We have a series of boxes. There is a torch. And more boxes. Excuse me. 2 torches then. Okay. But I'm not seeing anything I can interact with here. Yet. But if I had a light source or the ability to light those torches, I might want to do that. Let's see. Bench. Okay, so the boarded up door down there is a little suspicious. And then back over this way into the private drive, there's another door. Screwed shut. Flathead screwdriver, maybe. Be useful. This leads back to another unopened gate. Beyond that gate, I can't see anything important yet. That is a third birdhouse, a bird bath, third bird bath. A tent that I believe is the tent that we use to sleep. Whenever we're not here, we have stuffed toy. Rules: you're not allowed to stay in the estate overnight. Luckily, however, your scouting skills have been put to good use to fabricate a very respectable off-site sleeping quarters. You may call it a day at any time from the Blueprint menu tab. It can be accessed after picking up the blueprint in the entrance hall. Okay? The stump, there's an orchard of trees. That is a 4-number code to go into an apple orchard. So one of the things we're looking for is a 4-number code for that purpose. And here we have a door with yellow stripes. This place is considered the campsite within the grounds. I wonder if we might get a fast travel to navigate through the rooms in our mansion as we find them. Oh, I'm going to move my portrait a bit, because every time I go into an area, it's displaying the name of that area in the lower right, and I want you to be able to see that. I like the tranquility of the music. Just a little bit of a background noise. I also think it's clever that the name of the game is The Blueprints, and we're dealing with blueprints. Okay, so this picture, I have some mountains over a city thingamajig. We have here an ace and a queen of diamonds, a queen of diamonds, an ace of spades, both being held in the right hand, but the way the hand is holding them is very different. We have these two busts, a grandfather clock where the time is set to 9:02 or 9:02 or 9:03, but that minute hand is actually slightly moving, whereas the clock outside, I don't think appears to be moving at all. These wall panels are strange. Like there's something, like they're built to open or slide or something. Potted plant. My number has gone down from 50 to 42. You may access the blueprint menu by pressing tab. Day 1. Steps represent how much energy you have left for exploring. Each time you enter a room, you lose one. When you no longer have any left, you must call it a day. And I've got something called the antechamber listed at the far side. Well then first, let's begin exploring towards the antechamber. I see. We want a hallway to start. Hallway has a picture of a bridge, a picture of a bride. What's this? Doors in the west wing are more likely to be locked. Interesting. What about the east wing? Bedroom or a storeroom? I see. A storeroom can give us a key, a gemstone, and a coin, whatever each of those resources are. The den has the most offshoots. My first concern is not locking myself out. Wow, okay, there are 3 clocks in this room. There are no more than 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 clocks in the room. Picture of a bat. 6 clocks in the room. A picture of a bat. Okay, all of these clocks are on 9 o'clock. A bathtub. Candlestick. I don't seem to be able to interact with that. There's a pawn. It's like a paperweight, perhaps. Okay, Is there something there? Oh, there's a little triangle there. I don't seem to be able to wind the clock. Okay, I have gained a thing. It's like a kind of resource. I cannot jump or crouch if I press spacebar or control. Always things to check out. Let's see. A guest bedroom would give me a lot, but I'm going to play greedy. Let's see. Apples give me steps. Does that mean if I get access to the orchard, I'll get a lot more steps? Please pick up some more fruit before Friday. Bridget has bridge alphabetical. Not italicized. Blech. Yeah, so the word bridge is in a different font there. Please pick up some more fruit before Friday, as we've just been informed that we may have an extra guest exploring the house next week. 50 steps should be more than enough, so I think an even spread would be ideal. 5 apples, 5 bananas, 5 oranges. Enclosed amount should cover expenses, but please bring back any change from the order and leave it in the pantry. Okay? So, with those costs, there was a change of $4. Lux coffee. 5 of each thing, leaving that amount as change. Grinder. Okay, I don't seem to be able to go up this ladder. There's a timer, a scale, T. I don't seem to be able to interact with anything else. Corridor is always left unlocked. I think I can add a storeroom here without being too much of an obstacle to myself. There's another pawn. Coin. A picture of that strangely shaped mountain. Picture of peas in a pod. I think it might be upside down. A key. Another gem. Looks like all varieties of gem might be the same. Okay. Looks like we can get 2 L-shaped options. I haven't gotten a puzzle piece yet. Or does this mean that there's a puzzle in the parlor? Got our dear old uncle. Dear Herbert, it was a great honor receiving the invitation to dine at your estate with the Oldhams this past Thursday. If I'm being frank, it had been quite a while since we had been seen in decent society, and we were beginning to worry that my wife's wit had lost its charm. No delusions that my company is rival to hers. If I can refresh your memory, we both spent much of that evening discussing our mutual love of games and puzzles. I had mentioned to you a rather singular parlor game I had played some years back, involving 3 boxes of different colors. You had pressed me to write the particulars of the game when I found the time, and I have included with this letter all the details you will need to share with guests should you be inclined to play this confounding game. M. Lowry. There will always be at least one box which displays only true statements. There will always be at least one box which displays only false statements. Only one box has a prize within, the other 2 are always empty. But it doesn't say if the box with true statements or the box with false statements is the box with the prize. You'd have to discern from the other 2. Rather curious wind-up key, a component of the parlor game. I see. I can see out the window, and the window view does seem to be true to the orientation of the place. Got a picture of a bobby pin, peculiar. Well, we know all 3 boxes contain gems, has to be false. The other 2 boxes contain gems, must also... Wait. One box is false, one box is true, one box contains gems. All three containing gems has to be a lie, correct? Let me double check the rules. Only one box has a prize. So two of the boxes are definitely empty. There is at least one box that has false statements and at least one box that is only true. So this should be the box that contains gems. Simple enough. Okay, there's a commissary that has items for sale, but I'm going to add the guest bedroom for now. There was also a gem here, so there are rewards beyond the necessarily indicated rewards. Sinclair, just wanted to write you a quick note thanking you for the weekend. I had a thrilling time on the hunt with Lord Evanson, whose peculiar personality somewhat made up for your absence. I also got to appreciate your new game in the billiard room. It's been ages since I've seen the billiard room in the house. I was beginning to suspect you retired the floor plan. It's well worth the wait, though, as I always enjoy your mathematical puzzles, and appreciated that I didn't need to know the rules of darts to play your variation. Hoping your health improves shortly. Alright, so we should keep an eye out for the billiard room then. Backtracking a room does cost a step. Oh, back to the hallway. I feel like I should make it a goal to reach the antechamber. Okay, chapel loses us $1. But I think that'll have to be okay, because I want to be able to keep progressing forward at all costs. Lost 1 to enter the chapel. Lots of candles. That same symbol that's everywhere is up there. A bishop now. I suppose this would be the place for one. I don't see anything in the pews. Try to move forward here. Spare room allows me to keep moving. Bit of packing tape. Okay, we can try to proceed. Corridor works. Don't see anything peculiar here. Huh, security is interesting, but we're going to add a passageway here. I see this had a gem requirement of 2. That gives me a lot more options for offshoots, though. Door is locked. Use a key. You may draw new floor plans while drafting in this room. Okay, let's check out the drawing room. I didn't lose a gem when I opened the door. Or did I? Yes, I definitely did. I lost a room when I added it. Each time you click on a door, you will draw 3 floor plans, from which you must select one to draft. However, there are some items and rooms that will allow you to redraw. Okay. There's a phone. That is a lot of pictures of a man with an umbrella. There's a lot of the same picture. This clock is not set to 9 something. I don't feel like that much time has passed looking at the way the second hand is going. Wait. Why is this crooked in that picture? Ooh, okay. So drawing room has a number pad safe. I wonder if the the solution to that safe is something in this room. There is a kind of stride length underneath all of the individuals in this picture. Is there any indication on the safe that will help me to build up the conclusion? No, I don't think so, unless the picture above the safe is telling me something. Hmm. There's no set of numbers here. Let's see. Can I increase the sound volume a bit? Let me do that. It's like a lamp with no bulb or lampshade for whatever reason. Are there 4 varieties of picture in the room? There are 3 men walking that way, a man there. So there's this man. 3. There appear to be 6 varieties of the picture, of picture in general, not counting this one here. It's striking that this wall has blank spaces. And that this empty pedestal is here. I can't pick up other objects in the room, from what I can see. Okay. I feel like this should be here, but it isn't for whatever reason. Yeah, there's, It's noteworthy that things are not symmetrical. There are 13 total pictures on that side. 8 total on this side. And about 11 on this side, if I counted that right. It's unclear how many numbers I would have to enter here. Let's start with the number of this instance of picture in the room. 1, 2... 2 of them on this wall. 1 of them on this wall. And 1 of them on this wall. It'd make me think that it would be something like 0, 2, 1, 1. But no, I don't think so. Okay, so there's not much indication about whether anything in general is correct. I see a crisscrossing pattern of sorts between the numbers. I don't think that's giving me much to work with. There's nothing of note on the floor. Positioning of the pictures doesn't suggest to me anything numerical. Alright. I may be looking for another hint. before proceeding here. Wait. The shadows are different in this, too, suggesting that this light was off. I don't think I can turn it off in any way. Huh. Alright. I'll spend a gem for the courtyard. Oh, interesting. That is a down arrow? Locked by electronic keycard. Okay. Spot of dirt there. A locked trunk. This is also locked. Might have to do with it being in the West Wing, since we were told West Wing areas are more likely to be locked. I see that we can look up here. Wonder if there are any other spots where looking up is important. Okay. Like we want an offshoot here. Let's take this direction. Locked. What about this one? Not locked. Okay. Rumpus Room would give us a lot of money, but I think right now I want most keys or other items. So, see, if I add a nook here, it's going to have a link to nothingness. Let's try a closet, I think. Closet or the Rumpus Room. I mean, the Rumpus Room gives me 8 gold and possibly another room draw. The thing I've got a room draw from right now, I can draw rooms in the chapel and the entrance hall. We had the Rumpus Room. Arrows in the picture? You mean the arrows at the bottom? Because it seems like those arrows are measuring the stride length of each of the individuals. It doesn't indicate to me clearly a number or anything like that. Let's see. Got a hat. 5 colored blocks. Backgammon checkers. Coins. It's like coins seem to come in sets of 4. Insert a coin to Alzara. That pattern is very similar to the pattern on the safe numerical entry. We cannot interact with the radio. It doesn't, it seems. Dog tag with a 10? No, that's not a dog tag. It's more like a luggage tag with a 10. Don't seem to be able to interact with the record player or the jukebox. So let's take a look at this guy. Ooh.
And, as it was foretold, I am awakened at the sound of a dropping coin. You find yourself face to face with the great Alzara.
Alzara has got some gravitas.
I suspect you wish me to look into your future.
Yeah, give it a shot, buddy. What do we got?
The image is becoming clear. I see a boy standing on a shore of white sand. He is looking for something. Something he was told he would not find. I see a black cat tied to a red flag.
Okay.
I hear the wind blowing, but the flag does not stir. I see a door marked by a rogue moon. A door that is always locked, yet has no key. It is the door you have been searching for, yet will not find. A lost room beyond the dark waters.
Beyond the water.
What you have heard here has been foreseen by the great Alzara.
All right.
Until the dawn of the following day, I will have nothing more to say.
Okay. I get the feeling that finding Alzara, then, is probably a very meaningful bit during any given run. Hey, why is the room all diamonds except for this fish? I feel like there might be some way of interacting with this fish. Okay, is this door unlocked? Yeah. Okay. The bunk room counts as 2 bedrooms, which I presume means that it will give us steps back. The dining room. A meal is served in the dining room after rank 8 has been reached. We are currently at rank 6, which I presume has to do with the number of rooms that have been placed. So I'll go ahead and place the dining room. Yeah, seems good. We'll have to rank up before this room is really worthwhile to us. So if I come at this from the courtyard, this door was the one locked by a key card. So this is also locked. Okay. Also locked. All right. The keys if we want to do anything more with that. I believe this side of the passageway was also locked by a key, as was the right side of the drawing room. There's also a trunk in the courtyard locked by a key. So I'll have to go back to the chapel now. Have to spend a few steps and money to go into the chapel. Whenever items would be spread through the house, they are placed in this room instead. The locksmith has keys for sale, but we can't get into that. We have no gems. Well, there's a little something here. Safe code 9083. After meeting adjourns, take all conference notes and place them in the office safe. Some special rooms allow you to spread items throughout your house. When items are spread, they're immediately placed in several of the rooms currently on your estate. If you have a conference room, they go to the conference room instead. I see the conference room is rank 3. So rank 3 is the 3rd row of the house. That's why the dining room, I have to reach rank 8 to access it. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So I need to get one offshoot further from the courtyard, and then something will appear in the dining room. I'm going to go right to the drawing room and get that 9083 put in. Even if it costs me money and steps to walk back. Rank 7 in the drawing room. Got it. Didn't open it. Okay. So it's not attached to whatever that safe code is. This must be a puzzle unto itself, then. I do notice that some of these portraits have different frames, but I'm trying to discern if that's just about their size, or if the same portrait always has the same frame. They don't always have the same frame. Because here is a picture of the boy with... Oh, that's a different kind of frame together as well. Huh. There are a lot of different frame types here. Are there exactly 4 types of frames? We've got 2 types of wooden frame there. One that's more embellished. One that's got that, one like that. Five types. Or 4 or 5 types, and that's about it. Do I need to hit clear on this before I enter the 9083? Was there... That's not doing it. There's got to be a way to get a stronger logic going on that. Damaged wall. Some parts of this are suspicious, too. I've seen pictures of the blue paint can. Alright. Back to the chapel. Back to the conference room. 17 steps left. Patio would give gems in each green room. We only have 1 green room. Oh, what's this? Staff notice. Out of respect for the late Lady Clara Epson, the west wing will be closed until further notice. While the floor plans associated with this wing have not been removed from the pool, we ask that staff members refrain from drafting them during this period of mourning. Huh. And that's in June 15th, 1983. I wonder if not drafting anything in the West Wing would change something. Okay. Add the nook, the closet, or the veranda. I don't have gems to add the veranda. I think we want to do the closet or the nook here. With 16 more steps, adding the nook gives me the guaranteed key, which should be really good. Oh, a journey noteworthy. You may want to consider getting something to scribble down your notes and observations. I do have that here. Let me try that. The word beside is in a different font there. Take some notes. Nook. Beside. Need an orchard code. Journal. Valuable tool. The other word that I've seen like that was the word bridge. Let's keep this handy. I do like games that make me keep notes. Ah, there is a note there. Rank 2 by 1. E. Oh, that is the room I'm currently in. It's like a you are here. Does it want this to be a different room, though? That looks kind of interesting. Maybe a little noteworthy. Another jukebox, second I found. Plane. Got a key. All right. There's a rook. Try to open this. It's not locked. Cool. I think I want the closet then. Yep. Other options have a gem requirement. The silver key. Unlocking a door with the silver key leads to a room with many doors. Okay. Help me create like a nice open space. Okay, we're going to have spent a lot of steps here. I could try going north from the West Wing Hall with 12 steps, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7. I'll have 6 steps left if I go to the drawing room. 5 if I go to the courtyard and open one room north of that. I'll be at about 4 steps, but I might be able to try to get to the antechamber, which seems like an important thing to try to do, so I'm going to work at that. Down to 7 coins. I know I lose coins, gems, and keys at the end of the day. So if I work from here with the silver key, weight room, dark room, rotunda. I can't access the rotunda. The weight room will... I mean, half my steps at this point in the day is not actually the worst. Two steps left. Okay. Electronic keycard room. This does have other arrows on it. The arrow under 12 is reminiscent of the arrows in the drawing room. Maybe those arrows are associated with 12 somehow. I'm going to draw this little symbol real quick. It's not quite the same as a clock, but the numbers here could indicate like clock-related numbers. The V would be pointing to like 11 and 1, right? So if I were to interpret those two lines, I would be interpreting that as something like 9, 3, 11, 1, or something like that. Got the bat again, weights and such. Okay. Funnily enough, this is rank 8, which means that there's now food in the dining room, but I can't get back there. Dang, I can't connect this to the antechamber, but adding the bunk room will give me more steps. Right? The Trinsdale Mystery, I think that says. There's like an Atari here. That color sequence seems important. Blue, yellow, pink. Red, pink, gray. Another movie, The Turtles of Vera. Can't actually get up to the other bunk. Fireplace and a wigwam thing. There is a hamster here. The hamster gets to stay overnight. in the manor. Is that healthy for the hamster? Hey there, little guy. The hamster also has a bunk bed. Hamsters do be loving running on wheels. Camp Colonel. Okay. Pair of pawns. A peculiar shape. A few more movies. Not much else is sticking out at me there. So, if I step back into the weight room, it doesn't seem as though I lose half my steps again. I can't go through that door because of the electrical keycard requirement. Can I access this? Okay. One something for each time you've drafted observatory. Okay. Or I could get the garage and get 3 keys. I know I can use a key in the courtyard and the drawing room. Trunk of the car seems... ooh, keys. Just beeps red. Line goes up. It's a crate. An oil stain. Christoph, this is the 3rd time this month you and the car have been gone when your services were required. Our 3rd time. I don't care how long you've been driving for his lordship, your absences must be accounted for, Mrs. Babbage. It's a paint roller. Bleach. Is it normal to keep bleach in the garage? It would be normal if it was close to the laundry room. I haven't found something like a laundry room. Is there anything I can do with the car? License plate is SWNSNG. I have to wonder if some of these things might change on a day-to-day basis. Doesn't seem as though I can get into the car or into the trunk of the car or anything like that. That just doesn't want to open right now. Which I would guess, if anything, has to do with the placement of the room. I can't see much of the outside from here. Anyway, 3 keys. Going back to the courtyard. Open this. Oh, well, I wish that was something else in the current circumstance, but hey. 2 steps left. Drawing room. That's too few steps to get to the dining room. But if I could add, like, a bedroom or something, that might help. Food for sale. We can't get in with the gem requirement. The billiard room is something, but I think here I want to redraw the floor plans. Can't use the nursery. I think the breaker box is something we would have wanted to find earlier. Combined inventory? This is also the only one with a door on the far side. One step left. I think this is the last room I get for today. Oh boy. Stones cut by hand and letters wrought to spell our secrets carved from thought. A message read is often lost among the bold words spoken soft. The note is read, the letter is not. So, message is in bold. And it uses, the note is read, the letter is not. A message read is often lost. Stones cut by hand and letters wrought do spell our secrets carved from thought. And at the top of the page, the 8, I think that is part of musical notation. No, actually, I think that might be, it could be part of a longer thing. A broken lever, okay. There's an L carved there. Okay. Brought to you by the letter L. This entire table is interactive. The true box does not always contain the prize. Yeah, I could tell that. So what can we craft here? I see. I have a broken lever, but I don't have anything else that would help. Bummer. I think we're done for the day. Yeah, can't draft it without gym requirements. The only thing I can draft here is the gymnasium. Drops me down to 0, and I see we black out. You call it a day. All right, let's get into day 2. I might be more interested in trying to target rooms now. Mount Holly, ordinary villa. Total of 29 rooms, reached rank 9, 66 steps taken, found 2 items. It's unclear if we benefit in any way from having done all that. So the parlor puzzle did allow us to get something straight away. We got a note about maybe not drafting any West Wing stuff, despite it being in the pool. Let's keep going. Took note of the license plate. The Nook was in rank 2 on the furthest west position. Canes, 3 birds. The same picture of an ace and a queen. The grandfather clock still reads what it should read. This all appears to be the same. Okay. No reason to believe anything outside has changed. Start with opening east first. I want to examine the lavatory because I'm curious about it. It seems somewhat purposeless when I look at it drafting, so I want to check it for hints or find out if it actually is just a dead end. HS. Bobby pin. Okay, it seems as though this probably is just a dud room. From here, we want to make it... the den should be strictly superior to the hallway, I think. Except that I think the den might have locked rooms, possibly. I think it's always 9 when we enter. There's still this big old clock in the den. The den's got a lot of clocks. I'd rather not put in the chapel super early. Let's add a guest bedroom here. Build up our step count for a long day. Is this the same note as before? Talking about the billiard room game. In a Initials KL there. Okay, this seems to be about the same. There is a basketball here. I can't pick it up. Okay. I feel like in the long term, the goal will be to draft room combos in a certain sense. Let's add a hallway here. Before I enter that hallway, let me try and check on this. So we can do a kitchen or a nook or a spare room to go straight through. I'm going to add a spare room so that I can check something on the far side. Storeroom or parlor, I think, is my better bets here. Let me see. I'm just going to add a storeroom. So it gets us a lot of resources off the jump. I see that some keys are visually different, but it doesn't seem as though there's a meaning hidden behind that in any way that I can tell. Okay, so now we go for this offshoot. And that's what it looks like. Okay, so this is what it looks like when there is a connection to a nothing room. Okay, so that's the same indication about the west wing. Oh, bedroom is whenever you enter this room, gain 2. So passing back and forth through the bedroom is cheaper. I also haven't drafted the bedroom before. We do want to try and prioritize rooms we haven't used. Striking eyes, that moon pendant seems very important. Are you looking at something? The fact that I could look at that more closely is interesting. Greetings from Reddington. Okay. I can't tell if there's any kind of takeaway there. Origami crane. That's a peculiar sculpture. The hand pointing down. Why does this dresser have, like, a notch here? I can't flip this around, right? Doesn't seem so. Weird. Okay, let's see. I feel like I would rather not add the West Wing halls. I feel like I was asked politely not to. Let me add security. Oh, cutscene. What an interesting, like, aesthetic this game has adopted. It's like a kind of somber mystery element. There's so much gravitas. Everything is, like, so slow-paced. But I don't mind that it's slow. Definitely a number of rooms here that I haven't seen yet. I've seen that one, I think. I think that's just the storeroom, right? That's different. It's like a filing room or a bunch of books. Piano room. And there's me. Blue memos are true, red memos lies. And I would take that to be the pad at the top. Okay. More movies. Another phone. It's returning. Got a night. A cam, B cam. Okay, so those are all the cameras. Ooh. We can type into this? Welcome to Mount Holly Security. Items currently in the house that have yet to be collected will be updated as new rooms are added. Security doors or doors within the state that can only be unlocked with an electronic keycard. The keycard system is currently operational. Security level is medium. Offline mode is locked. Default setting, the security doors will be set to if power is lost. Offline mode should be set to unlocked. Okay. What is the security level? The amount of keycard security doors that will be deployed. You should expect to see 1 or 2 security doors with a low setting and 5 or 6 with a high setting. So this determines how valuable it is to have a keycard. Because if I had a keycard, then I could set it to be really high and keep scanning the keycard to go through things instead of depleting my stock of keys. At least that's what I'm assuming. Effective the first week of December, payroll for all live-out and seasonal staff will be managed electronically. As your attendance will no longer be registered at morning roll call, it is doubly important that you not fail to clock in and out at one of the electronic computer terminals in the estate. 2 of these terminals can be found at security, where the punch clock used to be, and in the laboratory. Okay, so there's a terminal in security, terminal in the laboratory. This might be where I can find security cards. Any questions or concerns regarding this process should be directed, as always, to our house manager, Mrs. Babbage. Mrs. Babbage was the individual who was listed in the garage, and the terminal password there, I can see starts with an S. I'm almost certain that password is from the license plate, the SWNSNG. So that terminal password, so there's a terminal in security, I suppose. The antechamber has been unlocked and access levers are no longer required to grant entry on red, meaning the antechamber is locked and access levels are required. Keycard access security doors are more likely to appear in the higher ranks of the estate. Likewise, as a redundant security measure, normal doors in the estate will also be more likely to be locked as you progress north. Yep, more likely to need keys. Got a microwave that cannot be interacted with, a coffee machine, and coffee that can be interacted with. Good stuff. All right. So where is this terminal punch card thing? It's not this. Is it this? Log in. SWN SNG. What? Do I need to caps lock it? Okay, so if I can find the garage, I should double check because maybe it changes on a day-to-day basis. So this would be the southern door from security. Yeah. Adding a breaker box here seems pretty useful. As if I add a breaker box, since I've defaulted it to high, if I also change the keycard system settings to security level high, and default unlocked, then I can cut the power in the breaker room, and now there should be a lot of unlocked doors, right? Toggling of breaker switches may result in unexpected loss of floor plan functionality. I can also turn off specific rooms. I'm going to turn on the garage. I can't switch the cabinet. There's a dark room, a gymnasium, VAC indicators. Toggle off the keycard entry system. I feel like I don't have a reason to turn off the gymnasium and the dark room at this time, so I'm going to leave them be. I've stepped in the gymnasium before. Let me turn off the gymnasium. Maybe there are messages written in those rooms that can only be read when it's dark. Let's see. Add the observatory, the pantry, or the chapel. Let me add the pantry. Resource positive. And there's still this. The 5, 5, and 5. Bridget. Okay, oranges are worth 5. Apples were 2, bananas are 3. Orange 5. Which means if there were 5 of each, it would be 10, 15, and 25. Which does add to 50. Huh. Yeah, that feels important somehow. I think we're going to find a puzzle with a bridge. Let's see. This is going to dead end me no matter how I shake it up. So I think let me add the closet. Just to get some quick items. Oh, this is new. A single ivory die. While drafting, you may use the ivory die to roll new floor plans. Okay. Gets me 1 free draft. Okay. And come back into the bedroom, which gives us another +2. And we make it back over to here. I'm cut off, aren't I? Yeah, I can't open anything else. That completely blocked me off. Bummer. I guess the guest bedroom was a little too greedy on the east wing. Shame. Okay. Let's look outside. There is the bridge, but there's nothing here where I would be inputting numbers. Right. 2 swans, the clocks. Is there a bridge outside that I can interact with? Just on the grounds. Is there anything behind the tent in these, like, ash trees? Or, birch trees? These are birch, right? Like little knots in the trees. Doesn't look like we're dealing with a viewing angle type puzzle around here. There are like weird little smokestacks or heaters in here. Bunches of apples. The only code I've seen so far was the 9083, but yeah, I didn't think so. That code wasn't related to apples in the least. And I haven't found anything like a bridge. Right? If I found something that was like a bridge, certainly I would now have something to do with that. Alright, well, with this setup turning into dead ends, I think we just got to call it a day. Yeah, the early den was kind of unfortunate, but I think every house I've done so far has kind of done that to me. Why is this one tile different? Oh. Huh. Interesting. Is it actually moving? It is moving. Okay. Alright, let's call it a day. Right? Is there anything else I want to do? I still have steps to, like, just stomp around randomly. I just want to do that for a bit. The things that still stand out to me are the vast number of clocks. These two paintings of the Queen and the Ace still seem very peculiar. You know, that tree looks similar to an ace from far away. Alright. So, it seems that red rooms are kind of penalty rooms, is one thing that I can tell. Purple rooms are bedrooms. Green rooms are outdoorsy. Alright. Call it. Yeah, not a lot going on with this house. But we did find the security room for the first time. It was kind of interesting. This one is a small cottage. Day 3. So now we know we can make a wish by flipping a coin out front. Hard to tell what effect that might have. This room seems the same. We know about the parlor puzzle. I haven't seen the billiard room puzzle yet. So there are darts. And I believe it is dart related. Plus times divided. Plus times x divided. Okay. Is it something mathematical? Trying to hit a certain number? Do I get multiple tries at the puzzle? Or is it just a one-off? So we can input a number. I'm assuming we have a limited number of darts. There's no indication here unless we're picking, like... Huh. Did that put something on the boards? Nope, we just clicked a 5, and it's highlighting now 7 and 2 in a certain way. Okay. Does that indicate that we're meant to press 9? Okay, so now one of these is in yellow. (19 and 13), is that something subtractive? Would we be meant to click on 6? Or is it yellow just because it's the second band? 9 and 7, well, 10 and 7 would indicate 3, if that's the way to do it. Okay, so pink, I don't know yet, but if it's 5 and 4, the only thing it could cleanly be is 20. We would assume that pink is multiplicative. So with here, it's either 2 times 6 for 12. That's the only answer it could be within the realm of what we're looking at. So I would assume that it's that we're not in standard order of operations. Also, it's plus minus times division. So that would be a different order of operations than the standard. So that would be 12 here. Okay, that appears to be a solid grasp of the game. Acquired a silver key. Alright, so coming off of the billiard room, I would like more doors, please, but, okay, do a hallway. It'll have to be a locked room before we can use the silver key. So, since this is a red note, a red memo, it actually means doors in the West Wing are less likely to be locked. Or perhaps even never locked. I think I'll put the chapel here. I have no money yet. I think putting the chapel in the first part of everything is a good idea most of the time. And apparently we got a gem this time. Oh, was that the orientation it was going off of? I read it a little wrong, but that's fine. We're adding in. I think we add the parlor here. Actually, we might save steps by adding the den. There's a possibility. Parlor's just a better room to add. Should always be the winding key here so that we can play the puzzle. And now let's play puzzle. Looking out at the front lawn. Okay. This is the black box. That's a lie. That's also a lie. The black box is not empty. So if those are both lies, there must be one truth-telling box. This would be the truth-telling box, indicating there's something in the black box. Thank you. Okay, keys are items for sale. And then there's the utility closet. We don't have any coins. So I'm not super interested in adding a shop. Adding the commissary does give us another offshoot room here. Add the commissary for that reason. Annual Maid's Day sale, 2 days only, up to 50% off. Day 20 and 21. I'm actually guessing that might be days 20 and 21 in our actual day count. Okay, there's the terminal password thing again. Lawn with something, desert without something. Huh. Commissary will be closed from day 12 to day 16. So the commissary is not closed on day 12 to day 16. The Erigia blocks. I don't seem to be able to play. It might be because I don't have a coin. So 3 for a gem, 8 for a sledgehammer, 10 for a set of gems, or 8 for running shoes. Okay. Noteworthy. I can kind of safely add a dead end here with the utility closet, because we don't need another connection to the room that's to the north of here. We've already got a connection through the chapel. And I want to make sure the garage is active and the keycard entry system is powered off. I can change these colors, and this is a sequence of 6. So if I change it to be... Oh no, they don't all work the same. So if I want the outside to be blue... So hitting a blue propagates the blue. How do I get a yellow? Well, tapping a blue... will make an addition... Okay, tapping on a blue will make any adjacent reds pink. So if I make that red, tap that, that becomes pink. Oh, it's supposed to be blue, yellow, pink. So how do I get a yellow? Okay, tapping on a blue with an adjacent pink will make it blue. Tapping on a blue with an adjacent gray will make that gray into blue. What about tapping on a blue with an adjacent green? Makes it blue. Okay. Blue with green makes blue. Blue with red makes pink. Tapping on a pink changes it to blue. Can I get 2 adjacent pinks? So gray goes to green, which will go to red. There's adjacent blue. Gray goes to green, which will go to red, which then will go to pink. Tap on this, then it goes to blue. How much of this can I set to green? Is it possible for me to make it all green? So red, pink, blue, blue. So the solution I think I would have for this has a yellow in there. And I'm not aware of how to get a yellow to display at all. So if I click on a red, it goes gray. If I click on a pink, it goes blue. So if I click a pink next to a red, nothing happens. The only one that seems to have any adjacency interaction is blue. And the only adjacency interaction that is, like, different or important seems to be that blue changes things to pink. Changes red to pink. And blue changes pink back to blue. I messed up my flow. I can make them all pink. Wait, in this case, when I clicked a red one, it turned pink. That's not how they were working before. Red's supposed to go back to gray. And now I got white? Okay. And now that red one won't go to blue. Only this one on the left is turning white. And it's not following the same rules, and it's not turning back. Okay, this is a super weird puzzle. Finding a whole nother color in the middle of that is really peculiar, and I don't know what to do with it. Okay, let's walk back to where we were. I believe my next step is going to be to go through the chapel, explore from the chapel to this direction. I just want to add not money. Green rooms do not cost gems to draft. That seems very beneficial to set up now. And do we find anything on the terrace? Find a couple coins, one of which I'll be able to keep. And we can look out here. We can see a road. We cannot see a curve in the road. We can see windows that I don't think actually match the layout we've created so far, so that's interesting. We step back into the chapel, lose $1. Let's see. It's 2 gems if we want to add a passageway. But I do want to add a passageway here for sure. Okay, let's see. Progress further. This is probably a solid inclusion of the den. We get 1 gemstone back. I don't think there's anything else in the den that I know how to interact with in particular. Let me go ahead and add the silver key, and we can ensure that there are a lot of stuff. The Great Hall has 7 locked doors. Okay, I don't have an extra key for that, so I don't want to do it. I'll add a courtyard. Okay. We can acquire the shovel. So, can I dig up things like this? A rather dirty coin. Cool. Dig up this too. Nice. An unremarkable rock. Okay, so digging can sometimes get us stuff. I think that's going to be the case only in outdoor rooms. I've only ever seen piles of dirt like that in outdoor rooms. We don't want the nursery. The corridor sounds good. And I haven't added the corridor before. So that's just like adding an extra rank on. No items. This is a rank 6. Rumpus room, spare room. I think if I add a rumpus room, that makes the commissary a lot more interesting. Oh, and we the rumpus room has Alzara, so I guess we can always access Alzara here. There's the money. So, last time Alzara told us about a cat with a flag.
I am awakened at the sound of a dropping coin.
Moon over the water.
You find yourself face to face with the great Alzara.
Will it be the same?
And I suspect you wish me to look into your future. The image is becoming clear.
Well, that's different. Wait, but that's all the way out front.
The dark
Oh.
cloud of ruin, familiar to us both, now decrepit, run down, and in disrepair. I see 8 red envelopes
Okay.
resting upon 8 pedestals. And in these 8 envelopes, I see 8 letters penned by 8 different hands. 8 letters of which you will only ever find and read 7.
Okay.
Just like the art hanging on the walls of these rooms, there is a letter missing.
A letter missing. 8
What you have
red
heard
envelopes,
here
missing
has
letter.
been foreseen by the great Alzara. Until the dawn of the following day, I will have nothing more to say.
So, does that mean that among all of the paintings, there's a missing letter? So, let me start a list of paintings that I've seen. The first 2 that I think of are the Queen of Diamonds and the ace of spades. I've seen a bat, a tree, and a crow. Tree, crow. Now, it's possible that I only need to consider the letter at the beginning of these. Finding a queen, an ace, a bat, a tree, and a crow would be indicative of those things. But I'll keep an eye out for paintings. The idea then is that perhaps there are 25 paintings. There's the beer and the paint can. Those aren't paintings on the walls necessarily. So I don't know if I want to consider them in the same way. So we got a locked room coming off of the rumpus room. It's pretty far north, so I kind of figured that would be the case. Okay, 30 steps left. Courtyard offshoot here. You can add the kitchen with food for sale. Add the nursery or the boudoir. I haven't been in the boudoir yet. I'd rather add the nursery or the kitchen. Don't have the gems for the kitchen. Let me add the boudoir. Rather add the boudoir or the kitchen, I mean. There are high heel shoes here in the boudoir. There's a painting of a garden or a hedge, perhaps. Or a drawing of a garden or a hedge. I would call that a pilot. And there is a Cinca-Co vault. Does this utilize the vault key that I found earlier? 9083. It does not appear to. So, if that is a stylized S, that would mean that the towels I saw in the lavatory were like HSS. Is this YNKA company instead? Or is that actually a stylized S? Is there anything about the floor pattern? It doesn't seem to be that strange. Ballerina there. Okay. Locked. All right. That'll send us back into this offshoot of the den. Can add the storeroom, the nursery, the great hall. Okay. So I have 2 remaining unlocked offshoots, 2 locked offshoots. So if I add the storeroom, that gets me through one of my locked offshoots. Or I can add the nursery and try to use my other 2 things to add steps. I don't need steps right now as much as I need keys. I can go buy 1 key, I think. No, the commissary had gems, sledgehammer, pile of gems, and boots. So none of those things are extra keys. So the key from the storeroom is probably the single most valuable thing I can acquire. If I can add security, I think the antechamber is always going to have an electronic door. If I can add security, I can get through that door. I believe security has a gem cost, too. So I think I just need these resources no matter how I slice it. So cutting back into this passageway. Let's see. So the boiler room is a power source, which I haven't interacted with yet. And it's got 2 offshoots for 1 gem. Can't fall off. Good. Oh, that's curious. So we can't necessarily get over to that side, and that kind of looks like an elevator? Turn that. There are valves. So we have to, like, determine how this is connected. How very Witness-like this looks. And we can turn that as well. Okay, so we can decide which direction that's going from these two options. I might presume that we're trying to power this if we want to go across. This feels like it should be connected, for one. Is this just a repeating pattern? No, that's a non-repeating pattern. There are 7 panels there. No thank you, phone. That keeps going down. And it keeps going up. And it stops me from interacting with that. Okay, so... that would suggest that it's powering 2 things there. I feel like I want this arrangement. Stays in the green zone. It's got a blue light there because that's powered, which extended a bridge. And then it's powering this thing up here. So if I go up here, now that the bridge is powered, this isn't open. There's a lever there. Okay. So let me shut that back off. So let's presume that these 2 lines are powering the bridge and the door. Okay, there's no arrangement that powers them both from this pipe. I can only power them both from this pipe, which presumably requires this connection up here, which would require this boiler to be active, I think. But I can't click on that one as of now. So what are the other things that I could power here? And what might they do? Okay, so there's another boiler here that I can't reach yet. Maybe I need to power that over there. By making a connection like this. This is the only connection that might power that. So if I keep it like this and I do this, that starts to move, which will allow me to cut that on. Okay, so now that that can be cut on, if I'm diverting it upwards, it's presumably coming through here and down here, which I'll need to twist over here. I can't turn it on immediately, so what I need to do is find a way to get it to stop while it's at the right gap. And just try to get lucky. Hey, there we go. Okay, so if it's gonna cut over the top here, or actually I could power this, which looks like it might be a lift or a blocker type of thing. So if I want to power that even momentarily, I think what I want to do is this. Yeah, it's an elevator that I can use freely. This is a way of me getting up here. If I throw that lever, looks like that will get that opened up for good, and I won't have to worry about it. I see. This has to be powered for me to open it. Probably on both sides. It's got 2 buttons. Okay. And now I can come up here as well. And I see. So activating this with the 3 pipes going to it might be part of the eventual goal of this room. That's going to do a whole lot of nothing, clicking on that there. I figured it would, but... Okay, so this can either go to the door or to the boiler. I'm going to send it to the boiler first. Turn this on. Okay. That's 1 of 3. Right, heading back down. I don't think we need that elevator again for a bit. So what I would do with that is I could send it up. So I won't need that. So then I'll activate that. And then I would like this bridge extended. That could open the door, but I can't get to the door right now, so it doesn't matter. And that will let me go across the way upstairs, which lets me get back up in here, up and down without using the thingamajig. Now all 3 of these are listed. So if I tap on activate, that is now presumably providing power to the rest of the house. And I can shift it around to provide power to the to one direction. I see. It might be that I need to have something adjacent to this room for that to matter. Okay, so that's one option. You cannot see floor plans while drafting in the dark room, or we can add a bedroom. Let's see. I think I want to add the bedroom. Got the Reddington thing again. Got a locked trunk. I don't necessarily want to open that. That's spending a key for resources. That's a painting of a match. That's the painting of the tree. We've seen that before. Okay. It's not locked. Cool. We don't really want to add the bunk room, I don't think. I'd like the nook over the pantry here. Yoink. Let's see. Have I read this before? Yeah. That symbol is called an ampersand. With an ampersand. That shares a letter with the ace, though. And that would be sand or dunes. I'm gonna do sand/dunes. Okay, spreading a gem in each green room is pretty cool. That gets me 3 gems. And I'm really short on gems right now. Let's see. Yeah, I think I do like that play. Besides which, it might have some, oh. It itself is a green room, so it looks like it has a gem. We have the shovel, nothing. It's interesting that you can find rocks and find nothing. An old tin can, not worth picking up. Okay. Guess digging doesn't hit that often. Okay, yep. We found that out. Don't seem to be able to interact with this. Yeah. I see anything interesting? This is out the east side. So we've got kind of a... It's a pavilion type of thing. There's columns and a statue. Odd. Power lines up over that way. Okay. Well, we're backtracking, but we get to backtrack through some bedrooms. So we get 2 steps back in the course of our backtrack. We don't need to keep this door open. So I can flip that back. Although it looks like once we've got power up to this once, it can keep transmitting power out. So let me check our room to the south of this. I did want security. Let's see. It's a note about the antechamber being locked. E-card access more likely to appear later on. So, I can see myself here, but it isn't there. I don't see a camera. It does update as I move around, though. That's kind of neat. Can't interact with either of those. Okay. I can see that there's this ventilation thingy going through this room. So, I want to try coming back over here real quick. And if we point the power towards the security room, okay, yeah, that is transmitting. So, I note that the boiler room and the security room are the same color, but the billiard room and the entrance hall are also blue, and they don't seem to have, and as well as the nook, they don't have these same kind of ventilation thingamajigs from what I remember. Anyway, I found the breaker room, and I've already changed some of the stuff related to that. Let's change the offline mode. Set the security level to high. And there we go. So, once again, So the password isn't SWNSNG. Yeah, okay. With the selection of letters, I would think that it's related to, like, southwest, north, south, north, something. But, I mean, the last bit is G. If it was a walking pattern, it'd be something like south, west, north, south, north, then G. But I don't know what G is supposed to be in this case. Alright. Let's see. I can still go south of here. I've got 18 steps. 18 steps is the point where I have to think more about what I'm doing. We could take 6 steps to the commissary, and then I might be able to buy I could buy the running shoes in the commissary, which might let me do something better in terms of our overall movement. I'm gonna probably do that. Let me check the one room off of here, and then I'll go to the commissary. This is probably a great time to add the guest bedroom. Step in, get my 10 steps. Oh, wait. The car keys. Those have not been there before. Same note about the billiard room, KL. Wait, I should take notice of the letters here. So guest letter KL. If we know there are 7 letters, then there's certain to be... I mean, with 7 letters, you can only fit so many of the letters of the alphabet in. Okay, so pointing the electricity at the security room doesn't seem to have done anything for us, but I can see this reacted, but it's not like we got a continuing draft there. So I get the feeling that if we draft a power source and then get certain drafts attached to that, that might do something. We'll have to try and see if we can get that kind of setup in later runs. Okay, so I'm going to go from the chapel down to the commissary, which is attached to the parlor. Right here. I want to know what the running shoes do. Occasionally save when traveling longer distances across the estate and grounds. Cool. And I did have to buy it to know what it did. So, we've got flan with flan without desert. Oh, right, that could be sand, it could be dunes, it could be desert. Write down the with and without as well. So if we hit day 12, we need to try and prioritize the commissary. Okay, I cannot insert a coin into this. And there doesn't appear to be anything about powering the room. Okay. Let's see. We haven't been back to the terrace since adding gems via the patio. So we'll take a quick look over here. There's the gem that was spread. We're out of money. Okay, so now we're going to be going over to... we've got locked doors in the boudoir and the rumpus room. Let me check the locked door off the rumpus room. Oh, hey. Right. Good. I'm glad I saw that on the way through. I was about to forget it. Rowan, I thought I... Oh, no, that's the tip of a diamond is what's over there. Okay. This fish on the wall is still bothering me. Use a key. Okay, spare room gets us a connection to the antechamber I have wanted. Okay. Antechamber is a troll. Noted. Okay, so these... Oh, I can click on this. From its root meaning of the room before, all signs and paths point towards the antechamber. This mysterious sealed room may prove, however, quite an initial challenge to even reach, let alone enter. Can't help but draw a connection between this chamber and room 46. Huh. There's a directory. Oh, I can see the things I've found. They have a rarity, they have a type, a cost, the number of times I've drafted them, and there's room 46, the mysterious room mentioned in H.S. Sinclair's will. I should write down H.S. Sinclair somewhere. It is, after all, your bequest. I see. So if it's in blue, it's part of the numbered rooms. Separate from that are bedrooms, hallways, green rooms, shops, and red rooms. And red rooms do appear to be kind of penalty rooms. Lavatory, a room one might go to great lengths to avoid showing guests, despite them always probing for its location. I wanted to get more information, if possible, about the boiler room. Steam power. These floor plans must be drafted in an alignment that will facilitate the steam traveling through the house to reach its intended destination. Yep. Okay. Security, inventory system, access control. Control guards, kick up their feet, thank the stars, they're living in a modern era. Utility closet and circuit breaker box were set up when gas-powered lighting was retired. Okay. Fix or improve a gadget or contraption. Okay. Alright. So, this gave us a whole lot of nothing. So let's go back to the boudoir, use our other key. Can't drink from that or anything. It's a painting of Earth? That doesn't look like any continent that I can think of. Huh, yeah, it looks really weird. Oh, a plane or biplane is one of the paintings I've seen in other rooms. I think plane is the indicated word there. I haven't written down any other painting words that begin with P. Okay, so coming out of the boudoir. Oh, what is that? That is a Christmas tree. There's a safe there. That safe feels conspicuous. Oh, this is the boudoir room. I'm pretty sure, because it's got the mannequin. Does everything else match? Actually, no, it doesn't match. It's got windows. Maybe something will be different about the boudoir if I draft the boudoir in an exterior space. Something to think about. But yes, it's got the safe back here. Now, if that's showing Christmas is 12:25 meaningful? Oh, haha. Okay. We get a gem. And red letter number 4. So the red letters are separate from the other letters. Red 4. I was distraught to learn that you have chosen to omit the details of our dear Marion's disappearance from the public record. It is no surprise to me that the royal court would want this embarrassment kept as quiet as possible, but I am shocked that you have so little regard for your niece that you would play the king's scullion and stoop to kissing the foot that treads upon her memory. She gave up her family, her fortune, and her life, and all you can do is think of your name. This is not a letter... Oh, okay. H.S. Sinclair must be Herbert Sinclair. Regarding Marion, which I presume is the woman with the moon pendant. Having never had a family name nor fortune of my own, I cannot personally condemn you for faltering in your commitment to make the same sacrifice as she did. But for the love of God, do not by that same display of weakness clutch your petty assets so tightly that you undermine the cause that she forfeited everything to further. Our countrymen must be made aware of the price she paid, and must be made to see the color of the flag she flew as she rode into the darkness of 100 nights. To deny her story is to deny her life. If through your silence you bless this betrayal, our son, Simon, your heir, will inherit a fortune of lies, and he will spit upon your grave when he learns of your cursed foolishness. Needless to say, we will not be coming for Christmas this year. Daniel. And I would presume that this is written by Daniel Sinclair, presumably our father. I'm not sure if perhaps Marion might be our mother. Okay. And that, I think, is just the pedestal that the gemstone was on. Not a lot going on in that safe. But it might mean that if we draft the boudoir in the future, we might always get a gemstone out of it. And now it's got an indicator. Okay, the one red envelope is showing at all times now. Alrighty then. This dead ends us. This will be the last room we can draft. So I think I'll make it the walk-in closet because this is the only room I have access to that I've never seen before. The other option is the pantry just to flip a coin in. Okay, so finding the antechamber... Well, connecting to the antechamber didn't give me a lot to work with. So it wasn't open. Got money, that, a gem. Cupcake is worth 10 steps. That's another picture, but it's different from the picture of the woman we saw before. I believe the woman we saw last time didn't have a mole. Another luggage tag with a 10 on it. Oh, there was a trunk sitting around somewhere, I think. Got kind of a shoreline. Another one of those swans. Yeah, I do have a key. And there was a room with a trunk. I think it was the bedroom. Might have been the guest bedroom. That's a stage or a theater. And that is a plant that I'm struggling to identify. The idea that we're going through all this to find one missing letter, that's tricky. It's 3 o'clock, I suppose. I think there might be a special time indicated by 1:11. There seem to be a couple places that are indicative of that. And if there's a spot I need to be at that time, might be here in the den. Looks like this room is capable of transmitting power. The chapel probably isn't. Although if this can transmit power, let's try sending power there real quick. And I was gonna check on the bedroom. Through here. Yep, there it is. That's pretty good. Do I want to take another look at that thing in the nook? I think we're okay without doing that. White, red, and blue there. It's a little peculiar. Reddington. The origami kind of stands out there. This picture. Yeah, doesn't have a mole. Definitely a different person than the one that we saw in the walk-in closet. Okay, so now if I head back through here, yep, we can see that this room does transmit steam power. That room doesn't connect there. So I am wondering... Okay, this room doesn't seem to get that steam power or use it at all. Yeah, alright, alright. Okay, yeah, I don't think there's anything else to note. Were there any shoveling locations out on the grounds? Oh. Okay. Yeah, can't open it after all. It's not really clear why. I'm guessing I might be able to open it from the other side, or maybe it's barred. And maybe I just need to unlock it once from the other end. Okay, I can make a wish from any angle. But only once a day. I don't remember seeing any dirt mounds in any of these locations or offshoots. It does strike me that there's pipe work there. I do expect to find intentionality in a lot of places. It'll take a bit to unravel what all of those are. This is the first time I've found the shovel. That's new. Let's see. There's nothing from the objects in our tent that I would think provide us a hint of any kind. And I still don't think I found anything that suggests a useful code there. It's not interactive. Okay, let's call it a day. I want to know if I will still have the red envelope the next day. Do those indicate some kind of meta progression? A mid-sized villa. So far, my step count has not exceeded 70 in any given layout. So I probably don't need to worry about adding rooms until I start to look at a pretty high count. Well, adding step rooms, like a bedroom or something. Yep. All three of these doors are different. Huh. I don't know if maybe they're indicating something. Okay, we still have one red envelope listed. Storeroom's a decent start, actually. I'll take the storeroom here. Get me some initial resources. Hard to feel bad about that. Right. West offshoot. Bedroom or hallway both seem fine here. I'll take the hallway. Oh, that would be a picture of praying hands or a rosary, and that is a crowbar. Praying and plain match up. Let's see. I could take a pantry here to round out that corner, or a guest bedroom for steps. We're not going to need steps for a while now. Let me just add the pantry. Pantry gives us steps anyway. There's always some kind of fruit here. Let's see. I don't necessarily need to add the den, because I already have an offshoot pointed that direction. So I'll add a spare. Yep. The spare room being the spare room as it is. Yeah, we like either the billiard room or the parlor here. I'll go ahead and add the parlor. Ah. So... Oh. These could be windows. They are windows. And there are windows here. I should try to put the parlor in a corner. Yeah, that's a note. Okay, so our logic. The gems are in the true box. That's a false box. That's a false box. Okay, so there's only one possible true box. Wait, is there a fourth box in the room? Nope. Okay, yeah, there's a possibility. I was about to say, like, there could be a fourth box in the room. I would not interpret this as being a box. I don't think. There we go. Those haven't been too complicated yet. My preferred addition here is probably the den. Yeah, den gives me the best openings here. Take gem. See, once I click, I have to take the draft, I'm pretty sure. That is a picture of a tie. I think this one is a lamp. That looks like a... No, that's not a lamp, because that's not a light. That's a ring at the top. That's a cake stand. There are so many different drawings and paintings in this house. It's crazy. Okay, I want to check up this way, I think. I think commissary sounds pretty useful. Yep. Dirigiblocks. And that's a, so that's a cigarette, vendor. Okay, now these are different. So these get randomized, actually. So with a coat, without a cot, is this about the letter A? So the last time when it was looking at Flan versus the Sand, was that desert versus desert with the letter S? Commissary letters. Okay. It's on sale today. We can get a magnifying glass, a shovel, a set of gems. I haven't had a magnifying glass before. What does it do? Inspect documents of the estate more closely. Huh. Oh, that word is swan song. Nice. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's still what the license plate was trying to indicate. Nice. Do I want to unlock this? Not yet, necessarily. I don't want to use my den offshoot just yet, either. So we're going to take a step... Oh, we're going to take a strategy that uses a few more steps. I like the utility closet here. Make a couple changes in the breaker box. I can't magnifying glass that. Do this. Still don't know what to do with the VAC indicators. And this room does not facilitate power transfer. That is a staircase and stars. 4 stars. I know the observatory had some indicator about providing stars. Stars. Let's see. Oh, you know what? I don't know how flipping a coin in... I've always flipped a coin in at the end of the day. Let's see what happens if I do it in the middle of the day. Because it might influence my exploration. Okay, I think here we add the observatory. Because this is the only one that gives us an exit, and this is a pretty valuable junction type of thing. Also, I haven't added the observatory before. We can spin the globe. I feel like our ability to spin the globe is meaningful somehow. There's this little thing on the bottom bit there. Interesting. We can turn this. The Fixed Stars, The Stargazer's Companion to Constellations by Richard Witt. Fen Aries Bird and Sons Publishing, 1809. This book contains a complete star base, a list of constellations and the observed effects that accompany the appearance of each one. Depending on the number of stars that can be seen in the sky on any given day, different constellations of various sizes may be visible, sometimes more than one. Okay. The North Star, 1 star, is +1 gold. The Twins, 2 trunks to the entrance hall. The Slice is +3 steps. Diamondus Minor is +1 gem. Southern Cross. Farmer's Apple, Clavis the Key. Diamondus Major, that is a lot of stars. Is that 11? Yeah, that's 11. Draxus the Dead, Dead End Room is more common. The Sale, everything 50% off, nice. Florealis, green rooms are more likely to contain special flowers. Why are flowers in quotations there? Okay, so you can get up to 20 stars. You can see possibly more than one constellation. There's that bridge again. Have I written down bridge? Nope. There are several, like, it's crazy, because I've seen a bat and a bridge. We've got the cake stand and the crowbar. There are a lot of things that reuse letters. I haven't found anything with a Z yet. Okay, so we can come up here. No, I want to point it up. You can't fall off of things. I see. I need it to point down so that I can adjust this other thing. I can't reach this wheel the way it is. Oh no, now it's aiming all the way up. Well then, can I just adjust it a bit more to the right? A little more. There we go. North Star. Cool. So every time we find the observatory, it will have more stars. The observatory is a room that assists us in the inevitability of our run. I didn't mean to go that way. I meant to go through this door. Rip steps. Okay, we want either corridor or security. I would rather add the corridor here, I think. Yeah, because security is not actually utilizing all of its exits if I add it here. It's not exit maxing. Yeah, there's the bat. There's the tub, or the bathtub. Okay, let's see. I prefer to add the patio here, with the way it's arranged. I don't have the shovel today. Not yet. The dark room is a pretty great add here, I think. Even if I can't see floor plans. Ah, so the dark room shut off when I walk in, but if I backtrack to the breaker, I can turn it back on. I wonder if that disables the drawback of the dark room, or if the reason I want it turned on is because there's almost certainly a puzzle in here that I need to be able to see. Oh, I can't see what I'm picking. This is new, though. This is new. It's the nursery, but it is a dead end. Also, there's a red book. The Red Prince by Marion Marigold. That name matters, but it's Marigold, not Sinclair. So it would have to predate our, it would have to predate her getting married if she is part of the Sinclair family. Sat on a red throne, he had a red crown made of rubies and a red castle made of stone. For the prince had a love for all things red. It's the only true color, the prince often said. Wait, but red is false and blue is true. That's how the memos work. Also, he's got flags there. Huh. He could not stand the sight of a canary or a crow. He couldn't stand the white of a swan in the snow. And he never looked up for fear of the view. He had heard that the sky was not a red hue. So he always had a book to turn his eyes down if he ever was outside when the clouds weren't around. And do you know which book the prince always had? The one that made him happy whenever he was sad. A story he had read, in the bath and in the bed, and maybe you can guess with the clues that we have said. It was the story of a boy who also wore red, and he looked like our prince from his toes to his head. And as you, my reader, might already assume, this book is quite near you, in fact, in the same room. A story about you, if it needs to be said, about a red prince and his book, the red book we just read. Is the only true color, the prince often said. It all looks the same. Is there anything else in here I might want to magnify? Maybe some of the background stuff. Reflections in the water. They all look about the same. Okay. Get some steps back as I'm about to hoof it over to the breaker room. A lock and a clock. I feel like that's strongly indicating the letter C. Maybe that is how the pictures are arranged such that for every picture there's a match that's off by one letter. Huh. Have I found other things that match that kind of scenario? There's the desert, which is a pair. That match. Bridge would probably match with something that is a ridge. That's the only thing that I could imagine. Lock clock combo indicates C. There was the coat cot combo. That indicates A. If that were the case, I would expect there to be 50 total pictures and one letter, and each pair of pictures indicating one letter, and at least one missing letter from throughout all of those. So, a red book saying that red is the only true color is so strange relative to the way the game is functioning so far. There's the crow, bat, tree. The crow could correspond to a crowd or a row, indicating C or D. The Queen of Diamonds is also a card, but Queen doesn't become anything else in particular if you add or remove a letter. And that, I think, is what I'm focusing on, is words that become other words when you add or remove a letter. You can add or remove a letter inside of the word. Coat and cot and desert are both working in that way. It's only clock and lock where the additional letter is at the start of the end. Huh. So, like, match could be math and indicate C. Although we've already seen C indicated. Huh. Okay. I'll have to keep thinking about that possibility as I look at other pictures. Thankfully, we do not have to do a Rubik's Cube puzzle. Goodness, that would be annoying. Okay. I want to try cutting the light on in the dark room before I make another blind choice. So I can see the one star only when I'm standing in the observatory. Interesting. Cut the dark room back on, please. Bit of a winding passage, but so we've got peas and the mountain. Pair of maids looking very blurry. Oh, okay. That's looking a bit better. Still don't think I can make out anything important here, even with the magnifying glass. Room's got a computer. Desk is sitting open. She's reading something. I don't know if I know this woman from anywhere. That looks like a bomb. It's a battery pack. Provides juice to battery-powered contraptions. Okay. I wonder if we might be able to find that in the dark, or if you can only pick it up by lighting up the room. HS has requested yet another print of her ladyship, I assume for one of the rooms in the West Wing, as well as an enlarged print of the enclosed photograph. He said the last development was too dark, so keep an eye on that. 11:28, that's going to let us in to the orchard. Let's see, orchard code. 11:28. It's probably also indicating a date. And that's the print of the woman that we found in the walk-in closet. Oh, this magnifying glass is being so useful. Green memos found in Hartley's room are always false on a red memo. Wait, is the memo red because the memo is actually red, or is the memo red because we're looking at a negative? Okay, so green memos in Hartley's room are always either true or false. I'm gonna write that as always red false, but I do think that's being a double negative right now. Now, when it says Hartley's room, I presume we're gonna have to figure that out by virtue of a room with a message from Hartley. It's a Cinca Co camera by the looks of it. I suppose he's taking a picture in a mirror. Looks like he's in the lavatory. I see the tub behind him. Another one of those. I guess that would be the camera. I see the Cinca Co on it. Okay, yeah, awesome. And this dark room does transmit power. Steam power. So... and the drawback is negated. Cool. Launder currency. Launder currency. I would guess that lets us move currency from day to day, but we want the billiard room or the chapel here. The chapel gives us more offshoots, and we're a little short. We only have 1, 2, 3 offshoots if we take the billiard room, 4 with the chapel. We're low on currency anyway, so I don't mind adding the chapel. Okay, no extra pickups today. Yep, nothing to grab. Nothing like etched into the back of any of the pews, right? Nope. Looks like a no. Sometimes I wonder about like things hidden on angles. That individual is clearly a baker. There are Roman numerals underneath these individuals. Let's see. They're all holding something. Okay. So... yeah, let me make a quick note. This is not going to be a quick... this note is not going to be quick. One of the figure... okay, there's no Roman numeral behind that figure. So 1 is carrying a hoe. 2 is carrying a peel. It's It's a baker. I think that's called a peel. Three is carrying a pitchfork. I had thought to label them by their jobs, but 1 and 3 are both, like, farming style jobs, so to speak. I think you could probably call one of those the gardener and the other the farmer, or maybe one of those the farmer and the other the rancher, or something like that. So here we have 4 carrying like a soot cleaner brush. Okay. 5 over here is a maid with a broom. Then 6 is over here carrying a riding crop. And 7, which is up over here, is a mason shield and armor. 7 here is the only figure that looks distinctly like fantasy-esque. It's got a mason shield. All right. And there is no 8th figure, it's just the 7. 4, 5, 6, 7. Yep, 7 figures. That does make me think of the Great Hall that has 7 locked doors as well. Evening, Frixum. We've got puzzles today. There are also 4 distinct statues in this room. Okay. Locked. Okay, so we've got a locked door here. My den offshoot I don't think was locked yet, I just haven't used it. My commissary offshoot I think was also locked. Go ahead and use this. All right, so we're a little short on keys. We can't afford to add the veranda. I think I'll add the nook here. We are building a house, and the house is full of puzzles. Let me write that down as a painting of a tag. There are a lot of things that the tag could relate to. Oh, there's also one of these guys there, so I could open that up with the key. I'm not going to do it immediately. I was about to say, please don't be locked. I want to add security here. We should have the login now. That's it. Dialing up. Old school. Okay. Staff services. Punch in and punch out are temporarily disabled. As of November 4th, all work has been suspended at Mount Holly and all domestic staff placed on an extended paid leave in accordance with instructions from the old man himself. See Mrs. Babbage for more details. Saturday, November 7th. I don't think anyone else has access to this network this month except you, Simon. So if you're reading this, just know we're all rooting for you. Ha! Oh, that's funny. So I'd have to interpret that today is November 7th. What day is it? This in terms of my attempts. I can't hit tab right now. I think this is day 4 or day 5. Service has been disabled. Okay, I would guess November 4th is either day 0 or day 1. Special orders. You'd like to get a specific brand of gum or your favorite fruit. Commissary is now taking special orders. They can take 1 to 3 days. What would you like to order? Okay, so we can try and make sure that something shows up 1 to 3 days later. I've used the magnifying glass, the running shoes, and the shovel. Let's check out the brass compass. Okay, so I can influence what the shop is going to have in future days. Interesting. Connect to other active terminals. The office, the laboratory, and the shelter can all possibly be active, but none of them are currently connected. Do not allow for access to the electronic mail account. It can only be accessed via the office. Okay. Data transfers from Cinca are not currently available. Terms. Okay. Rooms are considered adjoined if they are connected. A dead end is any room lacking a second doorway. Okay. Digging. Directory. At any time from the system menu or by pressing R. I see. This is information on all rooms that I have drafted before. Cabinet has not been in working order for the last several years. Game is not currently accessible. It's scheduled to be added in a future patch. That's funny. Dirt spots. Drafting. Call it a day. Draft pool. Draw. Color. Violet for bedrooms, orange for hallways, green for green rooms, yellow for shops, red for red rooms, and blue for blueprints, which is the default type. Drawing is the initial pulling of 3. To illustrate the difference between drawing and drafting, remember that 3 floor plans are drawn, but only 1 is drafted. Okay, got it. The 9 rooms that border the very edge are the east wing. The west wing would be the ones that are on the very edge as well. Okay. Certain rooms have an effect that is triggered on entering physically. Okay, yep. Yep, hallways tend to have a lot of doors. So I would suppose then that the west wing and the east wing can only ever be drafted on those walls. The estate is all explorable areas. The house are the current rooms. 48 floor plan grid of Mount Holly, and it's a 9x5. History. You may wish to view the previous layouts and room configurations from days past in the system menu. A lot of these I don't need to look at, I don't think. Green rooms. They are naturally synergistic with one another. Naturally in italics. Nice. Keys, keycard door. Mechanical, marked by a gear, contain control systems that interact with other things. Permanent changes do not reset. Okay. Each terminal is connected to a local network named Blackbridge. Allows users to remotely connect to other things. Glossary. A few things are permanent and are usually marked as such. The boiler room is a power source. Yep. Okay. Special floor plan. Slightly more rare, cost gems. Okay. It's just things that cost gems or that. Special item is an item that is unique and inventory bound as opposed to resource items. Okay, I understand that. Spread. When a spread occurs, yep, okay, I get that. Stars. The amount of stars visible in the night sky. The easiest method is drafting observatories. Each star creates additional constellations, gives you more stuff. Terminal. Yep. Trunk. Tomorrow. West path. A charming path that winds through the wooded area that runs alongside the west wing of the house. Can be accessed from both the garage and the west gate, which is usually kept latched and locked. Okay. So I need to get the garage to appear on the west side, I believe, while I have the breaker room. Data transfers glossary. Okay. While I'm here, I think also... There is currently a trunk and a broken... Oh, I must have... The broken lever must be somewhere that I didn't pick up. And keycard system settings, offline mode, set to unlocked. Security level set to high. Okay, and I believe I've already turned off the door system because I have access to the utility closet. All right, so let's check west of here. These don't change, right? That is a chart and a cart indicating H. Chart. Cart equals H. 3 letters so far. Oh, there are arrows here. I do feel like the arrows are indicating clock hands in some special way. I can check this as well. Let's see. Laboratory, the dining room, or the closet. I think the dining room is probably the most sensible draft here. Because if it's the laboratory, it just connects to the chapel. Yeah, let me do the dining room. I need rank 8. 2, 3, 5. So if we can get something valuable into the dining room, it might be tricky. Portraits there, I'm not super able to figure out. Is there anything else that makes it worth using the steps to go in there? Because it's 2 steps if I enter it. I might not need to. I think we need to add the archives here just so that it's a 4-way room. And we haven't been in this room before. It's a bit imposing. It does have power transfer. Noted. It's got the stand. And it's got a tiger. It could be seen as tiger or cat. Marigold wins literary honor. Popular children's writer Marion Marigold adds yet another feather to her scholastic cap when she discovered on Thursday that her picture book Swimbird has been chosen as the Herald Literary Medal Illustrated Book of the Year. The previous medal was, of course, for her debut effort, which is not listed. No stranger to the public eye even before her literary success, the niece and closest living relation of Baron H.S. Sinclair, Mary began using Marigold as a pen name to free her from the political associations that one might make with the Sinclair family. Oh, okay, so that's why her last name is different. Swimbird author never considered herself success. By Gail Hermes, Herald staff writer. She confided, "My son was the one that actually got me to start writing. I'd always challenged myself to never tell him the same story twice at bedtime, so as we ran out of books we owned, my imagination had to take over from there." Marigold has elaborated in previous interviews that her debut book, Red Prince, is based on her son and his inflexible love of the color red. A statement that has been held with much skepticism by the many pundits that viewed the book as a rather thinly veiled political critique of the Royalist Party and their unwavering blind loyalty to the throne. Detained by Red Guard, questioned. Caleb Manning and his publisher, Philip White, were 2 of the 36 names that appeared on a leaked dossier naming them a person of interest in the Trinsdale bombing that killed 4 people last Tuesday. Although no group has come forth to officially take responsibility of the attack, it is widely believed the author by the authorities to be the work of the insurgent group RLCF, who also call themselves the Children of Blackwater. Ruffington Press was quick to dismiss the rumors in a statement released on Friday, maintaining that the popular author and Mr. White were simply victims of an unfortunate happenstance, whatever that means. Okay. Seem like important names. Caleb Manning, Philip White. I'm also very much appreciating that in a game called The Blueprints, which is about making blueprints, there is a story element or a narrative component that is the book, The Red Prince, which is also like believed to be a political critique in world. Marion Marigold has announced a split with her long-term publishing partner, Ruffington Press, citing personal reasons. Came after the arrest of fellow author and colleague Caleb Manning. Third prominent writer to distance themselves from the publisher this week. That is Manning and White at a press function. Look at those faces a little more closely. I'm not sure if I recognize either of them from the other photographs. Seen at the corner, suspicious bag under the waved down a local third major something last year. Charged by the Crown, Manning. Trial begins on Tuesday. Grand treason. Mary Matthew Jones, the author and illustrator whose fanciful stories are written under the pen name Marion Marigold. So her full actual name is Mary Matthew Jones. Was last seen by a close friend around 3:45 Friday, getting into a carriage after a late luncheon date at the 100 Bells Tea Room in Trinsdale. Mrs. Jones never arrived home. The carriage driver cannot be located. Family and local authorities are very concerned, but have not deemed the case foul play. This is February 87. Priceless jewels stolen in dramatic Royal Museum heist. Thieves in the Royal Capital Finaries have broken into one of the Crown's fabled closed exhibits. Lavish rooms have historically been reserved for use of the aristocracy. Yada, museum grounds, museum authorities. Alert in the middle of the night, several masked intruders breaching the south wall, brandishing firearms. It seems so strangely unrelated to the thread that was in the rest of this kind of collage. Stole the renowned ruby crown of Arinda Aries, the priceless crown jewel. Okay. Interesting. And that's the Reddington Herald. This is all in the Reddington Herald. Okay. All right. Is there anything else here I need to take note of? Doesn't seem like any of the rest of these filing cabinets are interactive. Let's see. So, the southern door here is pretty low risk. Like, whatever this is, it's just kind of candy. And I don't want to open it if it's locked. Let's see. I do want to check further west to see if I can pull a garage. Wait, what? Okay, I gotta hit this. It's the billiard room. Oh, I see. So archives just means that every time we open something, something's gonna be hidden. And I think that might apply to everything now. Got it. Okay. So that's the archives drawback. Here, right? It's just glass. Okay. Yeah, billiard room as we've left it. Wait, Is that a pilot and a plot indicating I? Okay. Pilot / plot equals I. Clever. Alright, anyways. As for this game, starting with 16, 5, 6, 7 is 18. 13, 7, 2, 5. 12, 5, 4, 20. 2, 1, 13 will be 13. Ta-da! The silver key. Leads to a room with many doors. That would be really useful right here, actually, but you can only use it if it's locked. Okay, coat check lets me stash an item. Office is not really what we want to see. I could stash the battery pack, but it dead ends us, and it will make the archives harder to use. I can walk all the way back around to the commissary to still explore rooms to the west. I don't want to use another archive thing. Yeah, let me check the battery pack. This is also the first time I've been at the coat check. That could be beach, coast, or cliff. I kind of think it's a ridge to go with bridge. Okay, there's nothing checked before us. Not responsible for content of garments or articles left overnight. That kind of suggests to me that... I might also want to check the magnifying glass. Okay, you can only check one thing at a time. I thought that might be the case. Okay. Yeah, so we go back to the archive room. Let's see what we can find north of the archives. Look through all that. I could use my special key here, my silver key here. I think I'm gonna chance it without the silver key. Okay, the drawing room is kind of not what I wanted to see because we blocked it with the code check. I'm gonna add the bedroom here. With the nursery, the bedroom's more effective than usual, so our step count is looking great. Greetings from Reddington. Is there anything peculiar on these rooftops? No? None of them have, like, weird letters or anything? It's not like a strange bridge or anything. Okay. Yeah, I still haven't discerned the purpose of that. The fact that we can pick that up and look at it at all. I don't know why we get that choice. Can't make out anything extra about the moon pendant. Well, the boudoir lets us possibly get another rank further into the house. And it also adds more steps because it counts as a bedroom. Oh, hey, money. That's handy. we can cash that in for gems at the commissary. That's going to be the same every time. We'll always get us a gem. Always the same note. But we've already got that, and that one appears to carry over. We definitely don't want the maid's chamber. The pool is new. Adds locker room, sauna, and pump room to today's draft pool. Alright? Let's see what this does. The archives is brutal. We want to not find the archives in subsequent days if we can avoid it. But hey, there's a key. Picture of dessert. That will... Okay, so that's already open. Yeah, I'll definitely add the drawing room here. Can't do it. I clicked on it. I should not have clicked on it. Gotta add the archived room. I think that might be dead-ending us. That's a fan. Oh, dang it. This could also be fan flan, indicating indicating L. Alright. I gotta highlight that possibility. We can't go into the water. I can't pick this up or interact with it. That's fine. The draft pool is your deck of potential floor plans. Each time you draft. No running. Oh, that's funny. That's funny. Okay. Yeah, it's a little cheeky of them. Okay. Well, let's see what this is going to be. We can add the terrace, add the kitchen. I'm hoping for something with a north-facing offshoot, so I'm just going to go for the archive room. This looks like the pump room, which is also new to me. I don't have the shovel for that. I could use a key to unlock that. This is new. Pump room schematic. There's a reserve tank, 2 tanks, pump tank switch, water source selector. It's like 1 through 6. Is this that kind of thing where we try to like even everything out? So this makes me think we might be able to drain the water. I haven't found the kitchen. Okay, there's, yeah, 1 through 6. There are levers that are interactable in every case. And there's the reserve tank. There's no lever for this interaction. It's possible to power this room. Whatever adds into this is just candy, so let me add something. Well, it's useless to add the lavatory. The courtyard could have, like, a shovel, but that's the most I'm going to get out of it. Add another bedroom. Oh, add a bedroom with 2 gems? That's pretty great. Yeah, there's still the Atari sitting here. That's still got the weird indication. I couldn't figure out how to make anything yellow. Right? When I was working on the other thing. Yeah. I found out how to produce all of these colors except for yellow. A little curious. Still got the hamster here. Some trophies, the picture. Oh, I missed this. Today is a good day because Simon is at camp and he's not as much fun as my friends. I will not have to share my toys. I will not have to share my room. I will not have to share my snacks. Wait. We're Simon, right? Yeah, our character's Simon. Having a younger brother is not as much fun as they told me it would be, but today will be a good day because he's at camp. Herbie is mean, really stupid. Today is a good day because I threw away his airplane. I'm guessing Herbie is Herbert, our uncle. I also had more fun at camp than he has had in his entire life. Oh, wait, is the red writing us, Simon? Got my brother in trouble for reading my private journal without my permission and writing mean things in it too. He threw my model airplane in the bushes outside, but I got it back. And if he does it again, he will not get to go to the park on Friday, and I'll make sure he gets no presents for his birthday. I have my brother's book because he won't stop writing about me. And today is a good day because I know he cries when he can't find his book. Even though he's older, he's a crybaby. Today is a good day because today my brother returns from college and I get to finally return to him the book I took from him a long, long time ago. Find it hilarious as I do. I have no idea how we survived sharing a room. All things being said, I still would rather have had a sister. Congrats on the diploma and welcome home, Simon. Huh. There's a rowboat out there. I'm seeing a bit more of the East Lawn. I haven't seen the East Lawn at this high of a rank before. Okay, well. So, looking over here, one of the first things that occurs to me is that I should try and drain the pool and see what happens. So if I click on any of these, okay, so it like shows the active one. So if I click pool, and then I like throw the lever down. See, I would assume that would drain the pool into this tank, but it didn't. Do I have to like click the pool? No. That's not a button to make anything happen. So, oh, there's a pump tank switch that is between the two units in the back. Oh. Okay, so that put 2 into there. I'm thinking presumably it put the 2 from there. I'm trying to figure out the mechanics of this. Oh, is that because it had to be from one of the tank? Okay, so wait. So if I want to pump out of the pool, then I need to use pump 4 into tank 1, right? Can this go from tank to tank? This is a very complicated interface here. So, a lot of these rooms I haven't found. I've never found the kitchen, the reservoir, the fountain, or the aquarium. So I think what I want to do is move from the pool to the reserve tank, but it's not clear. Okay, so the pump control panel is the water source selection. So if the pool is the water source, that certainly looks like it's pumping water. Oh, maybe that's pumping water into the pool. Yeah, the pool is more full now. I wanted to do that the other way around. So, let's see. So down is towards the source, and then up will be away from the source. Yeah, so it's going to pull 4 units out of the pool. Okay. So tank 1 is connected to tank 2, but there's not a it's not clear that there's a pump between the two of that like will transfer from pump 1 to pump 2. So if I want to empty the pool, I need to get more water out of tank 1. So maybe I put water from tank 1 into 5 or 3. Should be like the greenhouse. So if I want to just move water to the greenhouse, that would be by moving this up or down, right? Can't empty the pool entirely with that. Not just yet. Okay. So if I want to get the last 2 things out of the pool, I need to figure out how to utilize some of these other pumps. So from pump 3 or 5, I can go to tank 1. So the pool is always pumping into tank 1. So if I want to send out from 3 or 5... let's see. So tank 2 is always going into 1, 2, and 4. So I can send from tank 2 to the kitchen. Doesn't seem to help me much. I need to figure out how to transfer from pump 1 to pump 2. Seems like it would be this guy, right? That's not doing anything. I guess that can pump from either one. So wait, let's see. Does that mean I need to pump out to something else as an intermediary, like 3? So if my source is the aquarium, which is pipe 3, I can pump into that. It's not good, right? Hold on. So I think I can remove more from the greenhouse. Like this. That's not doing anything? Oh, that's not the greenhouse line. That's the kitchen line. That doesn't help me much, though, right? Because, I don't see any way to pump into the kitchen from tank 1. Yeah. So 1 and 2 can be drained. Okay, so 1 and 2 can be filled from either tank. And so 1 and 2 can interact with either tank. 2 and 4 can only interact with tank 2. 3 and 5 can only interact with tank 1. And tank 1 is the only one that can interact with tank 6. So if I need to remove things from tank 1, I need to pump that into 1, 2, 3, or 5. 1, 2, 3, and 5 are all full. Okay, I'm guessing the reserve tank can only be operated if I power the room. So if I want to empty the pool out fully, I might need to power the room. Yeah, the magnifying glass isn't going to show me anything else here. Yeah, unless I can find a way. I mean, I know I can easily fill up the tanks, and I can easily fill up anything these tanks are pointing to. So I can drain water from 1 or 2. Well, I can drain water out of the fountain and put it in any of these other places. So let's try draining water out of the fountain and putting it in the pool. Because I think the fountain might be the bit that's on the grounds. Alright, so... Other way? Yeah, up pulls out of the source. Okay. So, I need to throw water into the pool. Shouldn't that be it? Oh no, it's over here. Yeah, it'll put 4 into the pool. And now, the fountain... That'll pull 4 out of the fountain. I could put another 3 in the pool. Which will let me pull another 3 out of the fountain. Okay, so now I can throw 3 into the kitchen. The kitchen is number 4. Which means I can only throw that in from tank 2 via pump 5. Very good. I'm at it. We'll want to flip this. Oh, I can't move these while anything's going. It is terribly labeled, isn't it? Also, like, you can just pump water from the pool into, like, the fountain. Is the fountain actually, like, clean for swimming? Is that good to go? I don't know, man. And then we'll siphon off the last of fountain water. Okay, so on my theory that the fountain is the label for the spot that is just outside the entrance hall, it's now empty and we can check it out. From what I saw of this, without powering the room, the fountain is the only thing we can empty. And let's see. It's possible that the reserve tank is what's labeled as reservoir, but I'm assuming the reservoir is actually somewhere else. Anyways, next thing for us to do, we can go south of the archives, we can go west of the commissary or east of the den. We can also go west of the dining room. Let's see, the dining room doesn't have anything in it yet. It is a shorter trip. I don't see any reason why we would want to drain the pool all the way and get down to the bottom, but it does seem as though the rule here is, I think we can only walk where there isn't water. No swimming allowed. Okay, put back into the room. So it's 1 key to go south of the archives. There are no keys for sale in the commissary, so I don't think I want to spend my keys necessarily. Do you have any other options or alternatives? You see, because yeah, if I do the offshoot from the commissary, I could get something like the garage. 1, 2, 3. It's 13 steps to get over there. I have more than enough steps. I drafted a lot of steps after I accidentally hit the nursery off the dark room. The only other thought is I might want to try using my keys for... oh, that's where the broken handle is. The broken lever. Lose $1 for walking through the chapel. Hold on. Was this actually here earlier? I guess it was. And this is locked, right? Oh, I do have a silver key. Actually, since I have a silver key, I can just unlock this and then use the silver key off of the commissary. Okay, the sauna's kind of neat. We know there's a gem requirement for this room. That might be helpful. Secret tunnel. Secret tunnel would be cool. I don't really care about the sauna, because I think step limits haven't been a big deal. I'm going to take the closet, because we might get a key in the closet. Well, we got the key card. But we don't need the key card, because we already found the breaker room. Nothing else. In and out of the chapel. I was kind of thinking about this. Does this spin fully around every time I click on it? I think it is. Huh. It does a little more than a full rotation on a click. Weird. Oh, actually, this might be a good time for me to check on this. Yes! Oh ho ho ho! That is the number of coins I've thrown into the well. But more importantly, the basement door is locked. Well, I'm glad I came down here before I used my key. Ooh, okay. Basement door requires a special key. All right, all right. It's got like a big old ruby looking thing. That feels special. Well, while I'm out here, let me open the orchard. Because if we can grab apples from the orchard, I'm assuming that will replenish our step count anyway. So I don't have to be concerned about the step count of walking over to the orchard. Orchard code is 1128. And I'm pretty confident that that is the orchard code. Yep. I didn't even need to pull on the lock. Just went. The apple orchard has been permanently unlocked and added to your campsite. You will start each new day with an extra 20 steps. Cool. So, what are these? I guess these are here just to keep the apple trees warm, I'm guessing. There are so many bird bats. Why are there so many bird bats? We have lit one of the flames. So surely if we light 4 flames, something's going to change. And we need to find more of these nozzles in various places. I'm wondering if they all might be outside. There's a sundial. I suppose it's just a different clock. We've had plenty of clocks so far. There's a hose. Gardener's logbook, April 10th, 1992. When I first came on the estate in the capacity of the new groundskeeper, I was a little dismayed to find that my predecessor had kept no notes, no logbook, and no record of any kind regarding the various gardens and green rooms of the house under his care. As a result of this improvidence, in the first few months of my post, I suffered a number of embarrassing professional blunders that I believe could have been avoided with even a few scraps of imparting wisdom from the previous groundsman. To that end, I will make an effort to make some record of my dealings on the estate, inasmuch as it pertains to horticulture and general tomfoolery. Robert Nogula, groundskeeper. Among my many commissioned duties, I've been tasked with the conservation and oversight of Mount Holly's alluring grounds. My domain stretches from gate to gate and encompasses the apple orchard, entrance drive, and east yard. Fortunately for my workload, the maintenance of the west grounds has not been a priority since Lady Epson's death and the ensuing closure of the west wing. You see, it was Lady Epson's death that resulted in the closing of the west wing, not related to Lady Marian. Well, to Mary Marigold. Nevertheless, I take some pride in my work, so I still endeavor to brush the west path weekly, even if none but myself take notice. In addition to maintaining the grounds, there are 8 green rooms within the house that require some level of upkeep and light groundskeeping. The majority of these I discovered are only draftable on the perimeter of the house along the east and west wings. The terrace, patio, veranda, morning room, greenhouse, and secret garden. The 3 of those I haven't gotten. I have not gotten the morning room, the greenhouse, and the secret garden. I don't know if I've gotten the veranda, actually. Oh. One of the first tasks I undertook was to conduct a survey of the various plots of soil underneath each slot on both the east and west wings of the house. While I would have preferred a full survey of all 45 plots, it's clear the inconvenience was in no way worth the extra data. The rooms that would benefit from the survey only ever appear in the wings. Huh. The room position has a direct relationship to the amount of fruit spread from gardens and the amount of flowers in a greenhouse. Well, this is nifty. Sheesh. Okay, so if I indicate these as 0, 1, 2, 3, and I need to have 9 entries. This is 1, 0, 3, 1, 1, 2, 2, 2, 1, 2, 2. 1, and on the other side, going down, it's 3, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 2, 2, 1. All right, that's something to keep in mind. A few years ago, the Baron made the long overdue decision to switch from gas lighting to electrical power. The installation of the new system was a substantial undertaking, as almost every room in the house had to be equipped with new fixtures and wirings. I believe these renovations did not extend beyond the mansion's interior, and all the lamps and equipment used outside are still powered by gas line, including but not limited to the orchard smudge pots. The smudge pots found along the apple trees here, critically necessary thanks to the cold temperatures and high altitude of the estate. These gas-burning stack heaters prevent frost, should be kept on during the winter months, to ensure a daily yield of apples. When the smudge pots are not in use, the orchard's gas line should be turned off to conserve resources for the estate's other gas-powered machinery. Finally, I have a new cause to champion. Submitted a request for change of scenery. I'd like to replace the statue of Arinda in the cloister, the much more appropriate angel Rinna, the paragon of gardening that has the hoe. So, Angel 1 is Rinna, right? Not think Anne took the request too seriously, though she did humor me. Listened to me rave and pontificate on the subject for the better part of her lunch. She wonders why I avoid tending the cloister. I've forgotten how to access the inner garth, and too scared of chastisement to probe for particulars for a third time. Okay, so Rinna is angel number 1. So much information every step of the way. That's another one of those, like, little gemstone stands. We saw something like that in the vault. Okay. I don't know if I necessarily need to check that on a daily basis. So that only lit up when we turned off the smudge pots. And it's not certain to me that we should consistently have those off, but whatever. I still have the silver key and 3 gemstones. 3 gemstones is pretty good. Let's try and put those to use. Alright, so we're going through the hallway, parlor, over to the commissary. I think the only thing I can buy in the commissary is a singular gemstone, which is not very exciting. Then it's gotten late. This is also locked, right? Oh, it's not locked. Package the day after drafting or an archived floor plan. I haven't seen anything cost more than 2 gems, so we've got gems to burn, actually. The kitchen. Oh, hey. I sent water over here. Does that matter? I mean, maybe. Kitchen menu. Banana, club sandwich, chef salad. And I'm guessing these all have the cost. Today's main course, stuffed wild quail. Plus an additional 10 if you have a trophy room in your house. The main course is served only in the dining room. Okay. It's kind of like telling us what the benefits of the dining room are. I guess there must be a pet around somewhere. We've got the road and the rod. Indicating A again. So that would be a redundant set of pictures. Oven there. I really feel like I really want there to be some use or purpose to having sent water over here. I feel like there isn't. Unless maybe we can just turn on the water and let it run and use that to deplete one of the tanks. Which sounds like a very silly possibility. But maybe it's a thing, I don't know. I guess we can use this to convert coins to steps. I just don't need to do that. And there are no other writings or things in here? Doesn't look like it. I noticed that the magnets holding up those two things were red and blue. Yeah. Oh, the cot. Suggests that like today is all about the letter A. If I had 2 coins more, the shovel would actually be pretty handy. And the chapel has cost me that many coins. That's a note. I've only got 6 steps left, though, so. Silver key time? Chlorinated kitchen? Yeah. I think here we're gonna go for the drawing room. Actually, we could do the conference room if we wanted to save a gem. But the drawing room gives us the redraw option. Might help us hit the garage. It's kind of what I'm looking for right now. Okay. Interesting. Ah, I see. So we have windows in the drawing room. We'll do this just like I found on the previous days. Getting access to this safe. The code to the safe in the conference room was written on a red memo. I wonder if that means it's just that reversed. No. What's the use of telling me a code that isn't right? No. So if it's not that backwards, 0983. No. 3089. No. 3980. No. 3890. No. So, yeah. So the safe code 9083 was written on a red memo. $1927. No. That would be if it was like a subtractive thing. Hmm. 9083. What if it's 0893? No. 839? No. Huh. Reading the note again might help me think about it. Yeah, the various pictures and portraits around I don't think are helping me with the concept of it. You can see a bit more of the west grounds. Dang it. Okay, Out of keys. I don't have enough steps to get back to the pump room to check on that, to see if turning the water on in the kitchen has an effect. We don't know. Let's see. It's a bummer because I could use the extra draft. Okay, yeah. Yep, the drawing room lets us do more drawings. Extra, read all about it. These pictures don't seem to appear anywhere outside of the drawing room, from what I can tell. These do, though. This would be the queen and a car. So I've seen a car and a cart, which should indicate the letter T. I'd love to be able to figure out the safe code right now. There's like a little diamond on the bottom of his shoe. I can't magnifying glass the picture. I think it probably can't be important. It's so tempting to like watch the clocks in some area here. Other things that could indicate numbers are like some sequence of the angels or something like that. I mean, the chapel definitely has some information hanging out. Okay, let's see. None of the angels seem to correlate to what I would do with this. Not even certain if it's a 4-number code or something else. All right, we will call that one a day and move on to our next one. And while this is loading up the next day, I need to use the restroom. So I will be right back. This turned into a sizable inn with 6 bedrooms. I see, it was marked as an inn because I got a lot of bedrooms. So I guess the theme kind of matters there. As a note, our patio is in a location marked as 2. I can't remember what effect that had. So I think I found the patio and all I got there was a gemstone. So it seems as though the ones that are affected, it called out the greenhouse and it called out one other room as having more stuff when they're on like a fertile ground tile. All right, right back. Okay, back at it. So I've got some goals and thoughts going into our next day. Save and continue. First thing I want to check on is, does the fountain stay drained going from day to day? It does. We can see right there, the fountain remains drained. Cool. So I think some of our current goals are garage on the west side. There's probably some way of getting to the eastern yard as well, which might be to put the garage on the east. We want to try and find an observatory for sure as well. Let's see. Storeroom or a nook are both decent starts. I'm going to start with a storeroom again. Pretty much did the same thing last time. See, that's a safety pin. It's a pin. I haven't found another thing that's related to that. Let's see. Do I want billiard room or a nook? I'll take a billiard room. I definitely don't want a bedroom, especially not this early. Billiard room math puzzle, 6. 19 minus 13 is 6. 10 times 2 is 20. 14 divided by 7 is 2, because purple's the only color I haven't seen. Oh, okay, interesting. It'll be 16 minus 10 is 6, times 5 is 30, divided by 10 is 3. Another way of understanding the order of operations here, it's inside to outside. Silver key, cool. It's good to have a silver key on hand. All right. If we find the check room's holding our battery. Also got $1. Nice. Parlor's not bad. I like the hallway, probably. Hallway or parlor are our best options. We'll take the hallway here. I want to try and get the parlor in a corner if I can. Oh, that's stairs and stars, right? Indicating I. Although we found I before through pilot and plot. Forming like a little letter cloud of all the letters that are found through the picture puzzle. Okay, I could get the utility closet here. I'm gonna be a little greedy to take the parlor here. Okay. This is also good for early resources. Our box puzzle. Black box contains gems, possibly true. This box and the blue box are empty. All 3 boxes are empty. We know this to be false. So one of these, at least one of these has to be true. Not both of them can be false. This is possibly true. This is possibly true. I think the only possible configuration is for the black box to be the box with the gems. Let's see. One of these statements has to be true. If the white box is true, the blue box can also be true. The black box is the only necessarily false box right now. Yeah, I think it's gonna be the black box here. Sweet. That is a plane and the blueprint. So, okay, so the blueprint has shown up here again while it is saying, and again it's saying E. It's been in this room before when this room was different. What is E? What room is E? Gonna have to think about that. So I want to put whatever the E room is on this spot, if possible. This is a good placement for the closet. We haven't found the office yet. This would be our first finding of the office. We're still early in the run, though, so I think I just want closet to make myself super rich. This is a good spot for a dead end anyway, and it gets the closet out of the pool. Okay, security is a good find. Yeah, let me get security active. Take the security level to high, and offline mode to unlocked. Confirm. There we go. Cool. Is it a pie stand versus a tie? No, that's not how it works. It's a tie versus something that should be one letter off from tie. Well, I'm not sure what other terms can describe what that is. So I'm at a little bit of a loss. This will be an outside area. We don't want to add the furnace. I'm going to add the nook. Although the furnace would be new, it'd be a room I haven't seen. There's a boat. Pick up a key, so we always get a key in the nook. Well, passageway is pretty great. We're going to spend the gems for the passageway. Although we might have to throw down some keys. We don't need key. Oh, right. I'll need to find the breaker room before I can get those for free. Or a key card. That's kind of my bad for setting it on high. I'm going to use a silver key here. Let's see. How does the Great Hall have 7 locked doors? I do want to look at it, actually. And I've got a lot of keys. So, like... Oh, is this a troll? I see. So one of these 3 on the west side will presumably, like, actually connect to something, right? Okay, yeah, so that's how it works. Give me the garage. Give me the keys back. I need to find the breaker room. We also know that it's possible to find car keys. That is a vial? Bath? Yeah, it's the same letter between Kristoff and Babbage. Not seeing anything else of note here. And we know this won't open because the garage always, by default, does not have power. Okay. We can take the locked northern door from here. Let me see. I can't fit the gem requirement for the drawing room. I think I'd take the pantry here. We know we can still get an eastern exit off of the hall. Tag, cliff. Okay. Plenty of locked doors. Okay. The West Wing Hall is like only kind of free. It's never it never has it's less likely to have locked doors by virtue of what it is. It's just like a special rule for the room. Let's see. Yeah, let me just hit this. That looks like wheat. I think that's wheat. It's not wheat and sleet because that doesn't fit the scheme. It's not about rhyming. But that might be hail. So wheat might be rain. I think it's either... I mean, it doesn't really look like hail the way it's drawn. I think it's just rain. Seems the most logical thing for it to be. Stand, the wheat, the grain. Can't see those matching in a particular way. Yeah, I'll use a key here too. Okay, there's my utility closet. I do really want that. Breaker box, turn on the garage. Turn off the gym, because I don't know why I want to turn off the gym, so I just need to know. Okay. That is a spine. There's a little bit of like man-woman TV camera playing the game. You get a free check. Okay, I can add the dark room. Yeah, let's add the dark room. Because we can step into the dark room, let it shut off, and then we can go back to the breaker room and turn it back on. This is probably worth the steps to do. So I'm still really close to the 50 that was like my previous baseline. Got the dark room back on. I'm not going to fuss with the VAC indicators right now. It's like a theoretical option. Let's go back into the garage. Beep for green. I can check out the west path now. So that drives over to the gate. I don't see anything there. More friggin' bird baths. All over the place. Part of me expected to find a toy plane there. It's a crude bridge. Okay, there's the actual bridge. I'm gonna unlatch this. The west gate has been permanently unlocked. Got a little jazzy tune. Now this river goes to that waterfall. What do we have here? Oh, I can just add something. Shelter protects you from the next 3 red rooms. Tool shed gives me 2 special items. Or the hovel. Special floor plans now cost steps instead of gems. Okay, so do I just get one of these at the start of the day? That's pretty cool. Oh, man. Oh, that's a tough choice. These are all pretty good. I feel like the shelter's the worst. I feel like that's for cowards. Just like suck up your red rooms if you're gonna pull red rooms. Heck, one of the red rooms is just the lavatory, which is just a dead end and has no actual drawbacks. Okay. Let me take the tool shed because it gives me the option to learn what more things are. Okay, looks like we got the shovel and the magnifying glass. So neither of these are actually new. But hey, I'm presuming that we can just come over to this every day and get something extra. Yeah, outer room. So we will always have an outer room. The other thing that's kind of neat about this, we can use our garage connection to walk back over to the entrance hall at a cost of like 2 steps. Slight optimization. Because the entire west path around to the front path is 2 steps, but it traverses a lot of rooms. I'm not going to do that right now because we have loot in our dark room. Well, presumably we have loot in our dark room. Last time I was in the dark room, there was a special item here. Lockpicks. Ooh. Occasionally unlock some normal doors. Okay. Yeah, the rest of this I think is going to be the same. We've already solved the puzzle for this room. So if I cut across to the other side of the passageway, what are we working with? Got a draft. I don't want to take the archives, so I'm going to take the spare room here. We still have an eastern exit from our Great Hall. No key needs. All right. Take the corridor here. Here I think I like the den. Yeah, this is on the eastern wall. Den always provides a gem. Clock. Got a big ampersand. Let's see. South of this is a fertility 2 room. We get a green option. Oh, there's a courtyard. The library has better connections, I guess. I'll take the courtyard here. I have the shovel, so outdoor rooms have better payoffs. Nothing of interest. Okay, well, forget that then. Still not locked. See, the boudoir always has something. I've got 6 coins for the commissary. They both connect the same. I'm gonna go into the boudoir. Wait, was there always this fan on the wall of the boudoir? Maybe there was, maybe there wasn't. Oh yeah, it's very it's very much the same kind of mechanic as building the house in Betrayal. It is theoretically less sinister than Betrayal, but gemstone, thank you. Okay, let's check our other boudoir connection. The bedroom and the commissary both dead end. The chapel doesn't. I'll add the chapel, but I'm not going into the chapel yet. I will think about going into the chapel, but we can just use this courtyard offshoot. Let's see. I can get the battery pack from the coat check. I like that it has a note up for me there. The gymnasium gives us an extra room. Hit the gymnasium. Lock and clock. So hold up. Yeah, we can actually get the running shoes here. And because the gymnasium was turned off, it didn't cost me the extra movement when I stepped in here. I turned off its stupid effect. We can connect the library or the commissary. Yeah, let me hit up the library, because I haven't been in the library yet. Okay. Book request form. Hold and available the next time you draft the library. Okay. Interesting. So I see there's a lot going on here. I just want to do one by one. I do want to know what's up with Swimbird, because this is of particular interest. Andrew Darrell. That's not the name of the guy who died. Sightseer's Guide to Reddington. I mean, we'll start with this. Our name is Simon P. Jones. So we are Simon, and we write in red. Our writing isn't capital anymore. We were young. There's the road rod combo again. The house directory is a great resource for information. Yep. Just indicating that I can always look at this. Mount Holly records. Oh, total time, total days, longest days, average day, yada yada. Okay, sure. I suspect the parlor's the only one of those that can be failed. This has no books on it. Huh, all the others have books, though. Scrapbook. My first claim ticket, first item checked was a battery pack. Okay. Baron of Mount Holly names nephew provisional heir. Oh, wow. The tree that had the hint on it has been cut down. It's a stump now. Didn't realize. My favorite floor plan is the hallway, followed by the storeroom and the den. The most paid for is the passageway, where I've spent 6 gems. It's a really good room. I have not made any contraptions yet. The largest purchase was the running shoes. My most avoided floor plans are the lavatory, the kitchen, and the nursery. 2 of those are dead ends. Yeah, not surprised. Okay. A lot of little things. I suppose the nice thing about this is it means that in the course of a regular run, you don't need to go up to the 2nd floor of your library. It's just not a cause to do that. Alright, so what will we put here? So the aquarium is every color of room. Or we can access the laboratory. I haven't been in the aquarium? Why is it important that the aquarium is every color of room? I haven't been in the laboratory either. So, from the 2 of these, we're spending a gem either way, so that's a note. But, why would the aquarium be here? I mean, I know that we can influence the amount of water in the aquarium if we get the pump room later, although we need to get the pool to get to the pump room. I'm wondering if we need to add the pool every time to get the pump room, or if it's just the once. There's a lot to read here. Okay, so this machine requires additional power piped in from the boiler room, but it is not clear at all what this machine does. It's got numbers, it's got a bunch of numbers and colors and stuff. Okay. Electronic mail can only be accessed via the security terminal. That is a lie. It's accessed via the office terminal. Periodic table of elements. It's got some numbers listed there. It's got an arrow. Got some compounds and stuff. A lot of notes. We've got bridge, red tied to bride. Bridge bride is a combo. Bridge bride. Indicating the letter G. That's actually new. Alright. Microscope. Thing to read here. An apple. Excuse me. Chirp. Okay. I'll have to compare that in a moment to the other wall. Heating and cooling curves. Test 205 at atmospheric pressure 93 kPa. H2O melting point. Okay, yeah. Uh-huh. Okay. I don't think I need to copy this down, because this is just the melting point of water. It's not really novel or crazy. I typically work over at Cinca Labs, but got sent over here for a month to assist more with the new turbine tests. I think I need some help. For the past 3 days, I've been unable to find the laboratory on the estate. Today was the first success on that front. Can anyone tell me if this is typical, and if so, how do you get any work done? Before I arrived, I was briefed on the way the doors work, but I must admit, I did not expect to be excluded from my new workstation for the first week. Any tips from my fellow technicians would be appreciated. Kimberly Thompson. Yeah, it can certainly be a thing. Alright, doesn't seem to be any more pickups or items. So, we've got things here that apply to atomic numbers. Okay, that's a full number sequence from 1 to 12. So, let me break out the notepad and solve this real quick. So, 1 is from the bottom radioactive row, number 1, 2, 6. Bottom row 6. 2 is located in row 3, column. How many columns are in the periodic table? I mean, 1, 2, 6. It's effectively row 6. All right. 3 is just helium, right? No, it's hydrogen. It's in 1, 1. It'll be hydrogen. 4 is bottom row, column 2 of the bottom row. 5, 1, 2, 6 and 7. 6 by 7. 6 located in 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 7. 7 is in bottom third. 8 is row 2. Should be 7. 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That should be 5 by 6 ish. 10 is in 6 by 8. I'm like skipping over the metals. 11 is in 5 by 7. 12 is in 2 by 8. Okay. Comparing that to the periodic table. Bottom row number 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. EU. 2 is in row 3, number 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. ES. 3 is hydrogen. 4 is TH. Push. 5 will be 6 by 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 7. RE. Push through. 1 by 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's doing a good job of like blending these so you can't skip anything or make assumptions. Oh no, wait. That was actually one. Oh no, I had that right. 2, 3. A. 2 by 7. 5 by 6. 2, 3, 4, 5 by 6. TE. 10 was 6 by 8, which would be RN. 5 by 7, BI. 2 by 8, NE. Push. 3 up after 9. Push. 3 up after 9. Okay. Three up after 9. Where does that? Well, it should be something to do with this mechanism, but we need to power it. Let's see. Experiment setup. In the laboratory, you're free to experiment by testing and combining different mechanics. Create an original and unique house feature that will last until the end of the day. Oh, okay. Interesting. I'm going to say... So we could do when you draft a red room, set your steps to 40. That's kind of funny. We have the shovel, so find trash while digging is pretty good. So do we want a bunch of gold or a bunch of steps? I would probably rather gain gold. Sure. Research logs. Okay, so that shows us other things. Log into network. Swan song. Pretty sure we can still only get to mail in the office. Yeah. No data transfers from Synca. I haven't seen the metal detector. Order a metal detector for the commissary. There should be a compass in the commissary if we pull the commissary. We still don't know what the compass does. So those are some things to think about, possibly. All right, then. Yeah. Fortunately, we've already dug this stuff up. But now I know a bit more about what kind of experiments we can find in the laboratory. I mean, we could hit the commissary. I want either the commissary or the bedroom here. I'm going to take the... Oh, I don't have the gems for the commissary. I'll take the bedroom, then. Yep, no surprises in the bedroom. We just kind of get our steps refunded and we keep going. Ooh, lockpick kit? It worked. I don't know if we can use the battery pack in the lab. Dining room is the only one that lets us continue. Here's the dining room, yeah. Let's see. We hit the workshop here, almost certainly. I think the workshop usually has a special item. We get the sledgehammer. Can shatter padlocks on locked trunks. Cool. This time, we're showing E in the workshop. What if we did this without reading E? It's often lost among the bold words spoken stuff. The note is red. The letter is not. I mean, is there something we can read without E that, like, gets a different meaning? I don't know what to do with that. Well, now we know what the sledgehammer does. Is there anything I can combine here? None of those things combine. Okay, hold up. I gotta back up. Okay, magnifying glass plus. I didn't think any of those things would combine. The shovel plus. Yep, none of that works. The lockpick kit plus. Yeah, okay. Yeah, none of these things combine. Whatever. We can get through here for free, but I don't have the gems to get into either of these good rooms, so we have to add a dead end. This is the problem with running out of gems. Wind up having to dead end yourself. Oh, but this has the car keys again. Yeah, once again, the flan and the fan, suggesting the letter L. I think I already have written down. Yep. Okay, so I might be going all the way over to the garage then, because we've got the car keys. Our other offshoot is from the Great Hall, which requires that we use a key and is like a 1 out of 3 chance that we get to pull another room. And we still can't get food. It is so hard to make the dining hall pay off. Bedroom gives us our steps back. Giant clock continues to be mysterious. Okay, yeah, we cut across the corridor in the spare room here. I'm trying to think of if any rooms had a trunk so far this run that we could sledgehammer open. And I'm struggling to think of any that did. I feel like there probably was one that I'm forgetting. Oh? Floor plan upgrade disc. Ooh, okay, cool. Looking at upgrade. How's an upgrade? Well, I'm assuming I can put that in at security or the laboratory. Courtyard. Okay, it can either be a courtyard with 2 gems, it can have 5 dig spots, or it can become the core yard, which is always left unlocked. I'm gonna add the 2 gems. I'm out of gems right now. It would be difficult for me to say otherwise. Speaking of being out of gems right now, oh, I don't have any shop rooms at all. That's probably my fault. Anyways. I'm gonna check back through a couple places to try and see if I forgot about a trunk. But otherwise my only play is keys off of the Great Hall. And that doesn't give me the warm fuzzies. I know that's not a trunk, it's just the closet. Still think the early closet was a pretty good move. Nothing out of the entrance hall that I wanted to do. There wasn't a trunk here in the storeroom. Okay, yeah. Suppose remembering where you put stuff is pretty cool. It's a good thing that I have shoes. Because when I cross multiple rooms, the shoes go active. I saw them light up for a moment, but I guess when I stopped moving, they turned off. So I should have a whole friggin' movement plan. Well, you know what? I think the chest, if anywhere, was in the boudoir. Nope. I'm wrong. Wrong. I opened this but didn't go inside. Wait. These candlesticks seem peculiar with their, like, red gem being in there. If there's a way of interacting with this room, I still haven't found, like, the necessary item to do so. I feel like I might need matches or something to light candles. Or I need to make sure this room is in a certain place. Alright, well, let's see. I've only got 6 steps left. I don't think I make it back to the Great Hall. Nah, the Great Hall's a little too far away. I'll see what the boots do for me. Oh, I just screwed up. I wasn't supposed to take that turn. Yep, we're definitely exhausted. Bleh. Time to call it a day. I didn't make it too many ranks deep into the house, but I did get the garage open, so that was cool. The Great Hall is a huge bummer. But now we have access to the tool shed. That's cool. Yeah, we got 89 steps deep into the house. We ran around a bunch. Next one. Okay, so I might want to try a garage on the east side. See what that does for me. We've also got, theoretically, room E that we want to try and get into a certain location. Thinking about it. We haven't found room 1, whatever that is. Yeah, I haven't found a room E. Also, I can start the day by activating an outer room. Let's see. I can have more dig spots. I can have items for trade or the shelter. I'm gonna take the root cellar. Is there also like a shovel or anything in the root cellar? I can't just eat a potato? What? Oh. Mount Holly family tree. Okay. The Sinclair and the Epson families. I see. So, I've seen the pictures of Clara Epson around. Oh, I see. I'm Simon Jr. Am I actually Simon's grandson? Okay. So Herbert S. Sinclair is the owner of this. He's our great uncle. Mary Epson is his niece. By virtue of him being our great uncle, I'm assuming we are Mary Epson's son. She has the Epson name rather than the Sinclair name in this family tree, but her full name wasn't Epson either, from what I remember. I think her full name was something else altogether. Like she didn't take either family name. Maybe she did hold Epson. But it's Clara's death that caused the closure of the West Wing. Yeah, there's a bunch of dig spots in here too. So if we can get a shovel, we can come back out here and it'll be pretty great. I also wanted to check on something while we have steps or burning steps in the early part of the day. Oh, I'm assuming that if the garage isn't open, the board's not there. Yep, cool. That's how that works. I want to see if there's ever anything in the orchard. Like, do we need to worry about checking that at the start of the day? And also, okay, our blue flame is always lit. That's worth noting. I am hoping that the design of the game is not going to require us to go out here every day, so I don't think we'll be able to find anything in the orchard at the start of the day. Benefit of the orchard is the 20 extra steps. You don't need to come out here to do anything about that. Yeah, looks like that's all as it is, pretty much. Okay, let's go back inside. Spent 10 of our steps for the day already. Before actually starting the run. Okay. Den first room is pretty good. I'm gonna add the parlor here. Get our parlor puzzle in. We've also found a coin purse. Every 3 coins get 1 in interest. Not bad. Gems are in both the black box and the white box. That has to be a lie. There's always gems in only one box. Gems are in both the blue box and the black box. Has to be a lie. Gems are not in the white box or the blue box, meaning the gems are in the black box. So far, gems have been in the black box every single time. It's kind of weirding me out. I think that's a stag and a tag indicating S. I've already got an indicator for S. Storeroom, billiard room, pantry. We can throw the storeroom here. Nothing really new to take in here, I don't think. Yeah, it seems about the same. We did get the parlor in the corner with both the all the windows as they ought to be. But it doesn't seem like it makes a difference terribly. Yep. It is what it is. Fire isn't lit. Fire here is lit. I can't think of that having a meaningful difference either. This is a reasonable spot for the guest bedrooms. We've still got 2 offshoots from our guest hall. We could also throw down the commissary here just to make sure we have it for later. I kind of like that idea. Make sure the commissary exists. I don't think there's a reason to go into the commissary at this time, though. We are on day 6. Oh, there's a dig spot here as a note. I do want to know what's offered. We've got a salt shaker offered. I'm assuming salt shaker probably makes food more valuable. We've also got metal detector. All right. Oh, we've got a bath and a bat indicating H. H has already been indicated. For the record, our indicated letters in alphabetical order are A, H, I, L, and S. All I can get from that is like ales. State 6. Yep, we make this a hallway basically every time. Little bride bridge combo. Probably want to make this a corridor. Yeah, corridor is like a free rank. The courtyard is a gain in gems. I think I'll take the courtyard here. Hoping I might get a shovel in the courtyard. That'd be awesome. Oh, hey! Ask and ye shall receive. We could hold off on dig spots until we see the laboratory. Let me open a couple more rooms. Drawing room might help us pull the laboratory. See if we can force it. Yoink. Might as well show that every time. Security or the coat check. The closet is not too bad. Security is going to be better. C should be in that letter pool. And G. Let's see. I can make a change to the default state, but I'm not going to change the keycard occurrence yet. I wish it was a little faster to do that, but oh well. Look at that, there's like a vault door. So, check this. Let's see, the observatory is good. I'm gonna take the observatory. Cool, it automatically points. I don't have to do the observatory puzzle again. It's barely a puzzle. The twins. Pair of chests in the entrance hall. Oh, is this P and peak? Indicating K. That is a new letter to the gigantic, like, letter-based puzzle. Check my other drawing room offshoot. Oh. Okay, so secret passage is to a color of your choice. But I'm going to redraw here. Walk-in closet is 4 items. Versus the chapel. With this position, I'd rather have the chapel. I want to keep dead ends towards the outside. The patio is pretty great. Yeah, I want either the patio or the billiard room here. This is an outside room, like this is part of the outside edge. I'm gonna take the patio. Have a bunch of gems, and looks like we got more to dig too. A few old coins. Not bad. It's unfortunate they're near the chapel. I want to keep pulling before I finish digging. Got 1 key. Locksmith, we can buy keys. Yep, gonna do that. I also haven't been to the locksmith. But I'm guessing it's probably pretty straightforward. How much is it per key? Okay, so it's 5 for 1 key. 12 for 3 keys, so you do get a discount. 8 for a special key. I might be able to get to the basement if I buy a special key, so we're going to try and make that work. That is Coat and Coast, indicating S. We already have S on the list. Okay, so there are different ways for these pairings to work. I'm going to start digging everything up. One coin. We do have the coin purse, which might help us hit 8, even if we have to go past the chapel a couple times. Chapel's going to really break our balls here a little bit. But hey. Let's get the dig spots in the courtyard. I think I left 1 of these. I left 2. Nothing of interest. An oversized turnip. +6 steps. We got the gem here from the gem spread. Can add the pool. The pool is our best connector. Makes us a little low on gems. Let's see. I'm gonna try going back this way. We'll add the nook. Gets us a key. So with that key, we've got another guaranteed connection off the chapel. I don't really want the kitchen. I like the terrace. An old shoe. A rock. Not feeling super crazy about the roots room thingamajig. All right. I'm going north of the pool now. Now let's go back to the entrance hall and try and fill out my southern part of the mansion. Oh, whoops. I'm supposed to go here. Courtyard, corridor, here. Entrance hall. I believe we got chests. Yeah, we got 2 trunks added to the entrance hall. Not sure if I want to open those yet. Okay, there's our laboratory option. I do want to open the lab. Okay, so we got food. Yoink. Experiment, continue. I wanted, okay, the options are different. Permanently add 1 gold to your allowance. I'm gonna do whenever you draft the shop room, permanently add 1 gold. So I am assuming that that means for every shop we add, we will have 1 more gold every subsequent day. Let's see. Make this the guest bedroom. We don't have a gem for the other option. And we got the key card. All right. So the guest bedroom always has a special item in addition to whatever else is going on. Okay, so now we're heading up past the pool. Is there anything else we need to do? We could pop into security to change to ramp up the security level. Because now we have the key card. So we benefit from maximum security. It's like that's like a 4-step detour. There's also sometimes an item here, but it doesn't seem as though it's consistent. All right. Going north of the pool. Okay. The office is difficult to add. I've seen the office a couple of times, and it's, I mean, a 2 gem requirement is just tough. So I think we'll do the bedroom here. Oh, nice. Got an extra key. Okay, we can add the garage. We don't have a gem. Can't add the garage then. West Wing Hall is not likely to be locked, so we get 2 room checks off of this. And apparently we get to dig something up. Nope. Okay. Greenhouse. More likely to draw green rooms while drafting. That's in rank 4. There's only 1 fertility. Or we can get a breaker box. Breaker box doesn't really do anything for us right now, does it? It really doesn't matter. Billiard room gets us 1 item. I haven't been in the greenhouse before. I want to add the greenhouse for that reason. Pebbles. Okay. Oh, this is what the broken lever's for. So the broken lever is for doing something at the greenhouse. Also, we added water to the greenhouse, and the water changes stick. So that's still here. Trees found inside will never shade. The gems that shine in night and rain. Clue you hold cannot be paid with gems nor coins, so toss away these sheets you find a worthy trade. Sheets is the word in bold. So we have music sheets. We're aware of there being up to 8. 5 corresponds to sheets. 8 corresponds to message. Oh, that flower had a gem in it. I guess that's how flowers work. I see. So wherever you place the greenhouse, you get a variable number of gems. Okay. Based on how good the soil is. Yeah, we'll use a key. It's gonna be spare room or secret passage. I could add another green room. Green rooms have big gains, theoretically. Also, it occurs to me that I want to add the patio later than I did, because when you spread, you add to rooms that are already in place. So I added a gem to the patio in the courtyard, and that's it when I added the patio. So I can have secret passage connect to a green room. Or I can have the spare room to go deeper. I think secret passage to green room is pretty good. It's probably worth a gem. So the way it works is just we click on the book with the key, right? Oh, I see. We click on one of these and that's how it connects. Market, drawback, violet, green thumb, the halls of holly. So I guess we could force it to be a hallway. And among our remaining hallways is the Great Hall, the passageway, and 2 that I haven't seen. There's a bunch of green rooms I haven't seen, too. We cannot connect this to a blue room, notably. Interesting. I'm gonna go with the green room. We have, like, green theming right now. Damn it, that feels like a kick in the teeth. Okay, so the secret passage can be locked. Boo. Alright. I can check north of the chapel, but I'm pretty sure north of the chapel was a, so north of the chapel, I believe, was a locked door, and if I try to go to the locksmith, I'll pay the tax to the chapel and not be able to afford a key. So, that's my mistake for being greedy about that one. A little bit. I got a little greedy. So, I can still go outside and check the dig spots in my outer room. If only I had a sledgehammer. I think the next time I might prioritize opening trunks with my keys. I've been trying to only open trunks when I have spare keys, but I usually push so much I just never have spare keys. I think I just need to open trunks anytime I have keys to open trunks. Okay, that coin will let me buy a key. And there's a key too. Another coin, cool. Tin can. Another coin. Another coin. All right, you know, shovel root cellar. That was actually good value. Like I said, though, I'm gonna open these trunks. There's a lot going on. Yeah. I'm having a good time with it. I really like to have things to crunch on. I've been taking notes, and I'm like 3 pages deep on the notes because I keep having to make new tables for different puzzles. All right, let's try out these trunks. Please be worth it. That is pretty good. With that much money, I can buy a special key and a normal key from my locksmith. Let's walk over to the locksmith. Oh, also I have the commissary access. Do I want to buy something at the commissary? Let's see. My commissary items were a salt shaker, a metal detector, and gems. I'd rather buy keys. Keys, please. 13 gold from that. Okay, so I could actually buy the 3-key package. Or 1 special key. So the thing about the special key is I kind of want to know if I can get into the basement with the special key, but I'm not sure if I can. I'm going to take 3 keys and, like, just go further. More stiff. I like opening rooms. Alright, I'm going to open this up. And now I have dice to re-roll out of bad circumstances. I haven't seen the cloister, and it looks pretty cool. I also have a key for the secret passage. We'll add the cloister. Ah, the cloister has our angel number 7, but she doesn't have a shield. Oh, right, I can't jump. Wait, there's got to be a way to get into the middle, right? Why do you have dig spots if I can't get to the middle? Must be a way. Well, this is a free room. Got a security key. I don't want to pay for a passageway. I think we like the pantry. We could redraw this. I mean, we like the pantry, though. I could also turn the gold from the pantry into another key if I want to. Oh yeah. There's a lot of resource juggling, which is pretty neat. Getting the apple here is actually pretty legit. Got the extra coins from our little coin purse. Unlock this without even worrying about it. So the aquarium. I think about the aquarium. So the aquarium is a green room. I haven't been in the aquarium, so we should open it. Your allowance. Ah, right. It's also a yellow room, so we get the allowance raise from our yellow room effect. Okay. Got a root cellar bonus. Got a free coin. I cannot see a reason to drain the aquarium, which is good, because I did not really want to drain the aquarium and kill a bunch of fish. It seemed a little callous. It was weird that that was an option. Found an old shoe. One locked. Let's hit it. What you got for me? Okay. Can I redraw these, please? If I had a gem, I could spread keys through the house. Don't have that. I don't trust the antechamber connection to actually do anything for me, because last time I connected the antechamber, it didn't do anything for me. I'm going to take a billiard room, because dartboard game can get me stuff. Okay, this is new. I've got... So that is a hose, and that's like the front gate. It's house. It's hose and house. So hose house gets its U. I think that the letters you can unlock differ with rank. Or, like, unlock. The letters you can figure out. So, house, hose, indicates U. So we've added a U to our big old letter collection. Letter collection is pretty crazy. We've got 9 letters so far. Alright, let's see. Number puzzle super quick. Starts with 1. We've got 4 times 5 is 20. We've got 19 minus 9 times 2 is 20. Whoops, that was 9. That was divided by 2. Yeah, 20. Yeah, so 19 minus 9 divided by 2 is 5. Where's 5? And then we've got 11 minus 1 times 10 divided by 20 is 5. Silver key. Life opens many doors, Ed boy. Hit it with the silver key right away. Oh, great. I mean, we can take the archives here. It's not that bad to get the archives this late. Giving us up to 3 connections. We might get some electronic doors. 2 electronic doors. All right. Are there any, like, item spawns in this room? We've got the boat and the bat indicating A. Oh, the dining room is active. Yeah, we can take an active dining room. Possible connection to the antechamber. Lemon glazed salmon. Sick. Plus an additional 10 if you have an aquarium. Give me that. Extra 30 steps. 5 steps. Not having it. As before, our connection to the antechamber is doing a whole lot of nothing. Still don't know how to open the antechamber. Oh, that's new. So, I would have taken that to be, like, plane and lantern, but that doesn't match. Wait, do they have to be in the same order? Lamp and plane. There are 2 different... There's a few differences there. Isn't there only a 1-letter difference between lantern and plane? No. There's a 3-letter difference. It's T, R, N, and P are all different. Oh no, there's actually, if I allow myself to check off both the N's, it's just T and the R versus the P. Yeah. Okay. It's not flame and plane. Huh. I can't think of how those are meant to line up. I guess at rank 9 they get trickier. Okay, locked again. That's okay. We got a shitload of steps now. We can use a couple free rooms. Okay, we don't have the gem requirement for the office. We could add the closet here. I'm gonna add an archive room instead. It's the spare. We key taxed ourselves. Oh, hey, wait. Hey, all right. Okay, I don't want to use the silver key here, though. I'd rather use it off of this. Okay. We can afford the gymnasium. It's not that bad. And is the gymnasium... Okay, it doesn't guarantee the running shoes. So I guess the gymnasium just sometimes has the running shoes. Huh. Okay. I've considered this to be chart in the past. It can't be chart and crate. It's not graph and anything. Huh. Don't quite get it. We can't add showroom because of the gem requirement. We can add the veranda. I see. So I can see the rarity when I'm opening one of these electronically. I haven't been on the veranda before. Oh, that automatically... Oh, right. It was required to be... Well, that automatically opened to the secret passage because I unlocked the secret passage. Forgot about that. More coins. We can get a special key if we want. Unremarkable rock. Got a gem. Sweet. Been hurting for gems. Another coin. And a spare coin for free. I'm certain this is locked. Yeah, okay. So I've got locked rooms off of the gymnasium and the spare room. Probably also a locked room off of the aquarium. I can get back to the locksmith without going through the chapel, and I think I can buy another 3 keys. Right, because, dining room west, I'm certain is locked. Yeah, okay. So we'll check the aquarium offshoot here. Sure is locked. Yeah, okay. Alright. I'm still confused by the cloister not giving me access to these dirt piles. There's gotta be a way for the cloister to be shaped differently. How would that happen? Maybe the cloister's... Is the cloister necessarily connected to the chapel? Is there some kind of weird relationship going on between these two? Huh. Pretty sure we've got a locked door here to the north, right? This is locked. This is not locked. Okay, I can get I can get my next library. Or I can redraw. Yeah, I need an exit to the north of this room. And we didn't get it unless this gives me what I want. Oh, what? That I didn't walk in. Why did you take away half of my steps? I didn't step in the room. I feel a little cheated. If I step into the chapel, I lose $1, and that prevents me from getting 3 keys out of the locksmith. Whatever. I guess this only docks you... Oh, hey, we got the lever. That's the broken lever that works with the greenhouse. But to get to the greenhouse is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 steps, and we have 9 steps. We could technically do that. We could technically do that. This is a good option for the closet, I think. Yeah. There's nothing I want to do with the pump room. Okay, closet gives a sledgehammer. That looks like a gem. It's probably worth it. Sledgehammer, gem. I'm gonna add the nursery. Actually, if it's a room that requires 1 gem but is rated common, probably has an exit. Probably has some more exits. Or it's a shop. Allowance is up. It is a shop. We come into the shop, we buy steps, and that helps us get back to the greenhouse. I'm going to buy a club sandwich, I think. Oh, wait, tomato soup, 5 per red room. 1, 2, 3, 4. That is good value. Oh, the aquarium's also a red room. Haha. Nice. All right. Nothing else in the kitchen, right? That gem actually turned out well spent. Go figure. So I guess the weight room delivers its penalty when you add it. Noteworthy. I could go around to the locksmith. I'll have 6 gold when I do. Let me turn 6 gold into 2 keys. Wait, no, it's 5 gold for 1 key, isn't it? Yeah, it's 5 gold for 1, 12 for 3. I'm just gonna grab 1 key then. Already dug those up. Yep. I lose my other gold, coming back into the chapel, whatever. Is there anything else I wanted to do in the southern part of the house? No. I'm not aware of any other lockboxes or things. Okay, so we've got the keys off of the spare room and gymnasium on our way to the greenhouse to use the broken lever. See, both the spare room and the gymnasium can't possibly give us more than a single room each. We're just, like, down to the wire is all. I think I take the room that's deeper into the house. It's been very interesting so far. Okay, so note to self, 3 gems. 3 gems can get us the attic, which we just don't have. Also, 1 major key, 1 minor key. I have not seen keys referred to as major or minor, so that's noteworthy. And we just got the breaker room. We got a key back, so that's cool. Huh. We've got Chief and Chef giving us I. We've already got the letter I. Got it on lockdown. There's no point in powering off the key cards. We can turn off the gymnasium. We can turn on the garage. I don't think we're going to find it. I still don't know why power is, like, noted for the cabinet. Why would you need or not need power in the cabinet? Doesn't seem to be a thing. I mean, the VAC indicators puzzle, I still think I, like, found the hint for that puzzle by looking at the Atari. I'm just not sure how to actually get the solution. So, hold up. Like, thinking is... how did I get to blue again? Alright, well, let me just get this rolling. Blue, it's blue, yellow, pink, red, pink, gray is the thinking. Maybe yellow is supposed to be green. Forgetting how to get to pink. The way to get to pink is to have a red next to a blue and then press on the blue. This is working differently than the last time I messed with it. You get a red when you click on a green that is adjacent to a green. And you get a blue when it isn't adjacent, right? No? Is that not what it was? Okay, why didn't that one switch? This friggin' puzzle, man. There's only one indicator I've found that seems to have colors close to this, but they're still not really matching. Because the colors available here are gray, green, red, pink, blue. Which are, like, mostly a match, but not quite. So if I want to make this indicator pink, I need to first get it switched over to red, and that will make it pink. And I want to make this green afterwards, and then let those sit. Blue, yellow, pink. And I want to make this one pink. For that, I need to make it red. And then switch it to pink. Then I need to make this one red. Unfortunately, that will screw up my sequence. So, whatever. Make that one pink. So, I need to make both of these red. I can change them to pink, then set this to red. This one needs to be gray. Kind of like that. Those are now correct. I need this one to be red. read without clicking. Well, I have to screw it up again. Nah, I'm still stuck on what to do with that puzzle. Schedule 1. I saw a little bit about Schedule 1. I haven't really looked at it. Just seen... I just noted that some other people were playing it. That's about as far as I went on whatever's up with Schedule 1. This isn't Wheaton's... Oh, is this grain and rain indicating G? I already have an indication for G. I got from Bridge Fried. Okay. Coming into the greenhouse. Oh my goodness. That actually opens part of the antechamber. Okay. I don't have a connection to that part of the antechamber, unfortunately. Alright. We figured that out. South of the spare room is something else, so I can go there and do that. Another room to open. Just gotta go, yep. Gymnasium. Archives. Back here, open this. It's a drug dealer crime simulator with in-depth mixing mechanics. Huh. Alright, cozy crime game, I guess. We can get the pump room, or we can get something random-ish. Something unknown. The pump room does pretty much nothing for me, so I'm gonna add whatever this is. It's the nursery. We get some extra steps. Is there anything else in the nursery? We get a gem. Okay, so the nursery has one item spawn. But it's not anything super useful. Wait, this combines? I've taken that to be tag. But what would that make this? Wouldn't be tag and tide. It's not coast. I mean, I've taken this to be coast before. So is there another thing that could be? I can't think of it right now. There aren't any drawers that I've been able to open so far the whole way through. Okay. I think we're done with this one. Yeah, we have used up basically everything. So we're calling it a day. We have gained allowance. So we'll have more money coming into future runs. Seems like gems are really holding me back. But I have found more inevitability mechanics. So the observatory is helping us out. We do want to make sure we're triggering the laboratory every time, because it seems like the laboratory is the only thing I've found so far that has said gain allowance. Also, our... this has been dubbed an archaeological shopping center, and look at all of, like, the holes that are lined up in front of this. Nice. Is it multiplayer or is Schedule 1 just single player? Day 7. As before, the first thing I'm going to do is check my outer room. I think it's pretty reasonable for us to do this first every time. Up to 4. Solid. I saw that the graphics on it were very, like, reminiscent of, like, tabs or something like that. I'll take the tool shed. Get a shovel and a metal detector. So what does the metal detector do? Greater chance of finding keys and coins. Awesome. That just seems like some straight up useful stuff. Although the root cellar was pretty funny. We got good value out of the root cellar. Oh, hey. Allowance. $2. Good morning. It's come to my attention that you've been granted a daily allowance to use while on the estate. If it is convenient for you, I will leave the required sum here in the entrance hall each morning. Even though we have all been requested to remove ourselves from the premises during your stay, I can assure you I am still personally overseeing that the estate is at least operating at a baseline standard of service. Anne Babbage, house manager. Okay. I'm going to start on the west this time. We'll add the hallway. I see that we're getting metal detector notices. Oh, wow. That was very low-key. I might have easily missed that without the metal detector. I think I add a nook here. Actually, the hallway probably gives me access to the room to the northwest. Yeah, the hallway probably gives me the room west of this, even without the nook. So I'll add the storeroom. No worries, I can see all the goodies. Oh, actually, it doesn't give me that. Do I want the parlor or the corridor? I'll take the corridor. Passageway is expensive. Can't get it right now. And we can't walk away. Yep. Billiard room. Sometimes there's a coin on the counter. Not today. Alright. Billiard room math puzzle. 8 divided by 4 is 2. Where's our 2? There it is. 20 plus 18 divided by 2 is 38 divided by 2, which is 15 plus 4, which is 19. Yeah, that's a complicated one. Okay. 12 minus 11 is 1. Times 1 times 4 times 2 is 8. Divided by 4 is 2. Two keys. Good stuff. All right. I want to check east of the entrance hall. I don't want to open anything further north until I have more gems. If I can get any more gems. Commissary option closet. We take the den here. Get the gem out of the den. This clock is still bothering me enormously. I really feel like there's a secret if I'm standing in the den at a certain time of day. Too many clocks in the den for me to think otherwise. I think I want this pantry. I'll take the pantry. Orange. Coins. Okay, let's see. I want to take the chapel to put the chapel far down in the mansion. Make sure I don't have to go back and forth through the chapel a lot. And we found money in the chapel. Make up for the losses. Okay. I don't mind the greenhouse here. How does that work on our greenhouse mapping? If the greenhouse was 1 north, it would be a greenhouse worth 3. This is a greenhouse at 2. Let me take the bedroom, I think. So if I take the closet, I have to walk back through the chapel immediately. With the bedroom, I don't necessarily have to. Okay, no items found in the bedroom. Observatory is pretty solid. Yeah, let's get the observatory set up. This will be our 3rd observatory. Found the slice. Clock and lock pairing. I can get my freebie courtyard, since I've got the upgraded courtyard. And that looks like the best pairings. We've got a lockbox in here, dug up a coin. I'll go ahead and open this. Trunk. Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good about my resources right now. Let's go deeper. Drawing room. Yep, we'll do that. I still have no idea what the safe code for the drawing room is, so I'm not going to worry about it right now. Let's see. 2 gems on the passageway. Yeah, I'll spend 2 gems for the deep passageway, but I'm not going to go in there yet. Let me see. Alright, I need more resources. More stuff. Like, we're feeling really good about resources. Not anymore. Yeah, I'll take this parlor, because I still have the drawing room to access rooms west. And parlor typically gives us a pair of gems. Checking our parlor puzzle. The black box is black, that's true. The black box is true. I don't know about that. The black box is empty. Okay. So, this is verifiably true. That is maybe true. If the black box is empty, then the black box is true, but one of these two must be a lie. So the black box is either empty or false. But if the black box is false, then there's something in the black box, and then that would be true, which would make all 3 boxes... No. It would make this false, this true, which is a possible configuration. If this is true, and this is true, then the black box is empty, but this is also true, there would be no false boxes. That's impossible, so it has to be in the black box again, right? Yep. Black box was false, the white box was false. Moving on. Okay. We can have security, but I'd rather not spend a gem, I think. I think I take the spare room here. Taking the nook doesn't matter much. We still have entrances off the entrance hall and the den, so I can grab this key and use the entrance hall and the den to check for resources. Through the corridor. Back to the entrance hall. Secret passage doesn't matter. Locksmith is pretty good. We'll add the locksmith. There's no reason to go in yet. Kitchen, boudoir. or closet. Boudoir usually gives us a gem. Closet gives us 2 things. Got a gem and a reroll. Cool. All right. I've got 2 gemstones. I've got the drawing room and my passageway stuff, and I've got the locksmith. Oh, and there's a trunk here. Missed that. Okay, car keys and a gem. Okay, with 3 gems, I'm really feeling that we go further north. Do I want to buy more keys? There are 2 other shops that I can find that are meaningful. No, there's like 3 shops I can find that are meaningful. I think when we get down to it, we don't want to buy keys until we know we need to buy keys, right? Actually, no. There is something I want to check on. I'm going to buy a special key. Because I might get the basement key. The key to the secret garden. Okay, haven't found that one before. But yes, that was a good idea. Got me something I've never seen. We want to go to the courtyard. 1, 2, 3, 7. Okay, it's the same whichever route we take, but if we take the other route, it goes through the chapel and we lose money. Okay. So we've got off of the drawing room or off of the passageway. I think I probably want to go to this east of the passageway. Let's see. On our chart, we would like to find a green room to the north of the passageway. If I check my green room options, the greenhouse is a dead end. Greenhouse, the terrace, patio are all dead ends. Let me see. Well, no, the greenhouse and the terrace are dead ends. The veranda is an option. Let me see. So I would love to pull the greenhouse in this tile. I think that means I want to go 1 north of the passageway. Redraw. I like the boudoir here. This time the boudoir doesn't have the fan on this wall, so it's not... That's not a constant. Huh. But the fan wasn't an item I could pick up or anything like that, and I didn't see anything particular written on the fan. 4th gemstone, thank you. Secret garden key? Okay, so the secret garden key sets a room to be the secret garden. Spread fruit throughout the house. Okay, cool. Adding some fruit. We got the broken lever. Got dig spots. Got a coin. Have to keep my eyes open for fruit. It's throughout the house now. And this is probably the fountain that was indicated in the thing before at the pump room. Ooh, okay. We've got the moon indicator here. We know that's important. I feel like it's reversed. Okay. So... We've got 3 directions being pointed. We've got S, W, E, and N all here. So, from our exclusion list, I know S is on the exclusion list. W, E, and N aren't. Does that mean we need to point every direction but S, and that's just the solution? We've got one of them set to west, and it's going to be that way. Oh, actually, all 3 of them pointing west. Nice. Okay. So that gives us another access to the antechamber. Why do I feel like this is a false wall? That there are maybe multiple false walls in this room. What if I arrange it like this? Alright, interesting. I feel like there's more going on here in the secret garden. One gem for the patio gives us a 3-gem refund. Or 2 gems for the veranda, which opens up something else. I'm gonna do this one. Couple of coins. We got a sledgehammer. Help out with any future trunks. Unimpressive pebbles. And we can look outside. We can see the secret garden. That is conspicuous as heck. Oh. Spare coin. I think the metal detector's actually spawning those spare coins. Right? Like, there's definitely something going on here. Because this is, when I look at it from the outside, this is not a straight brick wall. I can't turn everything that direction. That can't be the answer. Alright, I'll think about it more. What are we opening up from the veranda? I can add a secret passage, which can hit another green room. Let me see. I got the secret garden on 3, secret passages on 1. South of that would be a 2 if I want to add another green room. Because, like, I really want to add the patio. If it's a guaranteed green room, there are so few choices left, because I've already drawn 3 green rooms, right? So... because I've drawn the veranda, the greenhouse, and the secret garden. And it can't draw a 4-way exit because it's on a border room, so it has to draw one of these 3. The terrace, the patio, or the courtyard. The courtyard's already drawn, actually. So I'm pretty sure I can force a patio here and get myself a full gem rebate. Or I can find the solarium because it's new. Special cost of the courtyard bypassed. Wait, I can have more than 1 courtyard? Huh. Unusual and rare rooms. I've never found the solarium before. I've got to add it. Plus, it's got an orange. And a gem. Oh, you know what? I guess this is meant to be sand and. Mr. Nogula, Anne wanted me to remind you, once again, that it is expected of you to keep the grass in the cloister cut and the trees trimmed. I have a feeling you may have forgotten how to open the cloister wall again. Thank you. So to save you some stern words, I decided to draw you a little diagram to help you out. Who knows, maybe this time it will stick. Sympathetically, Bridget. While face to face with the angel, press the base of the 2 pillars on either side of you. Cool. Last time I was in the cloister, I had no idea what to do. An old rusty nail. Not great. Got a little puzzle. Is this a lights out? No, it's not. So I can tap the green ones. And it moves the yellow if the yellow is opposite it. If it's opposite across the center, sure. But then what's the goal? If there are always 4 greens and 3 yellows and 2 grays, because I haven't found any means by which these change. Doesn't reset up. Oh, wait. Okay. Do I need to get green in all 4 corners? How would that ever be done, though? Okay, so clicking any of the 4 corners makes it reset. So I tapped on yellow in a corner and it moved up by 1, but I tap on yellow over here and it doesn't move. I tap on that yellow again and it moves to this corner. Is the consistency that tapping on yellow moves it up? An allowance token. Allowance permanently up by 2. Cool. So presumably if I find the solarium again, I can do that puzzle again and get something like that? Nice. Okay, so we've got north of the secret garden, west of the drawing room, west of the passageway. I've got 1 gem right now. I'd rather not take my northmost opening. So I'm going to take, I think, west of the drawing room. I have to be on the lookout for extra fruit that I've added because of the secret garden. Yeah, so we'll take this drawing room connection. The foundation does not reset each day. Okay, interesting. I mean, yeah, that seems pretty helpful. And I've never been there. Huh. I wonder if it's possible for the foundation to show up in any other space. And also, permanent blueprint, rare, cornerstone of the house, unvarying and unchanging. It is one of the only constants in the estate on which you can truly rely. And yeah, the foundation is room 1. I was wondering why the entrance hall is room 2. Turnip. A coin. This looks like it probably connects to the basement. I cannot walk onto it. goes up, but it's blocked. There's a lantern here that I cannot interact with. I cannot interact with the center column in any way I can discern. Okay. Still can't get to the office. 1 key per bedroom gets me 2 keys. But, these close my passageway, which is a bummer. I have to take this and, take the keys, I think. I mean, I also haven't been here. That was actually 3 keys. Ah, the boudoir is also a bedroom. Bedroom, servants' quarters, boudoir. Master bedroom, the ladyship's chamber, guest bedroom, the nursery, the bunk room, and the boudoir. I've never seen the master bedroom. Is that plain and paint? Can't be plain and land. There are 12 major keys. So I have 1 indication about a green note. It says it's like a lie or something. So what major keys have I found before? I don't think the silver key is a major key, but maybe it is. We found the key to the secret garden. We know that there's a key that goes to the basement. This is Hartley's room. Hartley, I know we spoke often of this day, and I don't think there's anything I can say of the past 40 years that I haven't already attempted to tell you in numerous times in the past. Half-stated gratitude always interrupted with tactful and polite repudiations from you. I had always known this final letter could give me the perfect opportunity to finally express myself, uninterrupted by you and unfettered by social graces, but I don't feel the inclination to say aloud what has always been unsaid between us. With my passing, I release you from your post and service to the Sinclair family, and implore you to live the remainder of your years on your own terms, as scary and unfamiliar of a concept as that may be to you. Besides, I think a more junior valet would be better situated to meet the needs of young Master Simon. To that end, if you wish, you may stay on long enough to oversee the training and establishment of your successor in their post, but as soon as he or she has the lay of the land, my instructions for you to quit must be satisfied. Ignoring what I imagine your objections might be after reading this, I have decided to leave the lake house in Trinsdale to you and your family. My lawyers have all the details of the gift and will be contacting you shortly about the particulars. For the past 4 decades, you have served willingly as the subject and victim to my many whims, games, and riddles, and so rest assured, unlike my nephew, you will not be put to yet another challenge to prove yourself worthy in this matter. This house is yours without strings or stipulations. I had for a time gleefully entertained the notion of employing Anne as the house manager of your new residence, but I knew the humor of such a prank would be entirely lost on you, to say nothing of her. Until we meet again, my friend, Herbert. Well, that's nice. I mean, yeah, we get tested because we ain't been here working. Sledgehammer. More keys! My goodness, I'm gonna have more keys than doors, right? Because I've got a key opening off the secret garden, and that could, like, force me into a dead end, like, right away. But hey, if it doesn't, hey, we got 7 keys. Maybe we're, going far. Probably not, though. If only I could open the check room and drop off 7 keys, but it's not a thing. I mean, I'm gonna open this and it's gonna have, like, only keycard doors from here on or something. Can't access the kitchen. The workshop is strictly better than the spare room. So here we go. Hey, we found the compass. Draw floor plans leading north more frequently. That's cool. This is still 8. We've got the letter T cut. T's not on my exclusion list yet. Huh. I don't know if that is relevant or not. So I still have not yet found anything that can be combined here. Oh, the shovel and the metal detector is something. It makes the detector shovel. Does that give me better digging results? Greater chance of finding coins and keys. Much greater chance of finding them while digging. Cool. Yeah, the other stuff here. Oh, the sledgehammer and the broken lever do something? Oh, they do something with a third item. Okay. Huh. Sledgehammer, broken lever, blank. I'll have to keep in mind that that does something. Oh, so this is now indicating T, which is the same letter that's carved here. I don't... Okay, wait. This does raise a possibility that we need to map the letters that we're verifying to different rooms. 2, 3, 4, 5. I might do a lot more walking then. Because we've seen T on this draft, and I've seen E a couple of times. So I can mark those off at the jump. We'll have to see what else. That might explain why we found different picture patterns in higher rooms. Can't access the attic or the commissary, so it has to be the coat check. That sucks. I knew that not having gems was going to screw me over here at the end. And I've got nothing to do with this battery pack either. But I'm going to put away my combined item instead. Yeah, so we've got... like, I haven't been able to discern what this is intended to be. Yeah. But I'll retrieve the battery pack so that I can check the detector shovel. Alright, so we'll have access to the detector shovel later, presumably. But I think that ends the run for the day. I do want to run around and check on some things, though. So here in the secret garden, there are no paintings to help us discern what the letter combo might be. In the boudoir, we've got the fan and the flan, indicating L. Sure, I've got this well noted. L. The passageway, I believe, never shows any paintings. Nothing. Connects to the drawing room. The drawing room, these are the meaningful paintings, which looks like the chart and the cart, indicating H. 2 rooms south of L. Got H. Connecting that over to the servants' quarters. The servants' quarters come off the passageway. We've got the foundation, which has no paintings. And then in the servants' quarters, confusing. Yep, don't have it figured out. We did figure out that the servant was Mr. Wesley, whatever that was. I had it written down. It doesn't matter right now. Okay, from the drawing room to the courtyard. Courtyard has no paintings. Green rooms never have paintings. In the observatory, we've got the lock and clock, which is... this is my 4x3. Yep. Is C. Okay. North and west of here is the parlor. Also, there's a banana here. Parlor paintings are stage and sage, indicating T. My parlor location is right here. Okay. Here to the nook. We've got Rod and Road, indicating A. Let me loop back around, check the secret passage in the solarium, check for pictures. Nope, one higher. I think any green rooms don't have drawings. We've got tag and tent, tag and camp, woods, forest. This has some synonyms that I haven't grokked, I think. Is it ticket versus thicket? Oh, it says no backseating if you've already played. If you haven't played, you can give tips. Yeah, it is a little pricey at the moment. Yeah, I think this is ticket versus thicket, which would be indicating H. South of the veranda, east of the drawing room. Let's see, this is my 5-5. It's two H's side by side, theoretically. I'm going to put a question mark on that H. And I'll have to see if I make the same conclusions in subsequent runs. Okay. The solarium, sand and, indicating S. Yeah, having two H's back to back is making me think that my theory might not be on the mark. Okay. So this one was Rod and Road. Next room is the last room I get to check. Unless there's a weird banana in here. Don't see one. Yeah. Okay, it's the tie and the other... Apple! I can't click the apple. Okay. So that was the tie and whatever that other thing is. And I can't think of any other word for that tie to be. I just don't know a word for, like, that being a cake stand or a pie stand or a tray. It can't be tie and tray. The moon paintbrush could be... Oh, planet and plane. That makes sense. Yeah, okay. Oh, is it tier and tie? You know, tier does make sense. It's the only thing I can think of for that. It's indicating R. It's adding R to the pool. And if it's pie and planet, that's adding T to the pool. Or a plane and planet, rather. Yeah, I am thinking plane is the only thing that makes sense for that. So tier and tie. Okay, that's in my billiard room, which is in rank 3. I think that was my 2. I think that was my 2x3. But actually, what I can do here, there is a history, so I can double check the history. Mount Holly Garden Villa, containing 4 green rooms. I took 96 steps. We did a lot of running around. Okay. I have one more in me tops. I've been at this for 6.5 hours. It's just been very fun. One more house, one more day. Come on. Day 8. Day 12 is the earliest that we're aware of any special events. Okay. Yeah, I can't find house history. So. Okay, so on my day 7, yes, the billiard room was 2x3, and the nook I had as A. That doesn't seem right. Oh no, the nook I had is T. Right? No, that's not correct. Doesn't seem right. Huh. Did I line this up correctly? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, yeah, the solarium I have is S. The courtyard I have is unmarked. The parlor I have is T. The nook I have is A. Right, because that was Rodden Road. And the billiard room is the one we're saying we're probably is tie and tier, which would be R. Okay. And the other one that had me confused that I think that we're thinking so far is plane and planet. I believe was in the servants' quarters, which was 2 tiles up from the parlor. Rank 6. So I'm going to put that as T question mark, and we'll check to see if that holds. So I'm going to go grab my outer room. So if we think that's tie and tier, I'm trying to think if I've seen that matched up with other words. See if tier holds up. But it's the only... I haven't thought of anything for that. I'm going to take the hovel. I haven't taken the hovel yet. Notice of termination. Dear Mr. Ravain, your half-hearted dedication and maintenance of the grounds have been greatly appreciated. However, I regret to inform you, your services as the groundskeeper will no longer be required effective immediately. Decision made a careful consideration. State of green rooms has deteriorated last few months. Required to vacate the hovel by 20th of March, ensuring all tools and equipment belonging to the estate return to the tool shed in good condition. And Babbage. Okay. Former groundskeeper who was fired. We saw the notes from the individual who was the new groundkeeper. So it looks like the hovel has nothing but a little bit of dirt. Okay. Bear traps? Shoot. All right. Yeah, so all we get from the hovel is the special effect is that we now spend steps instead of gems to open special rooms, which is really powerful. planet plane, moon paintbrush with a box-like picture as well. Box, crate, cube. Yeah. Yeah, let's see. Great continent. Ship. Great. Yeah, hard to tell. So, one of the things that would hold me up is we've got here the Queen of Diamonds and the Ace of Spades. It's always been the same pictures in this room. It's always the same too. But the Queen and the Ace don't have that many letters in common. So I can't really figure out how that's supposed to work. I see the foundation is right where it is. It's always going to be there from now on. I don't know if there's any way for me to even reset the orientation of the foundation. Ace and face, possible F. It's the only thing I can think of. Put a little F with a question mark. All right. I like adding the closet or the storeroom here to start with. I'm going to go with the closet. We probably won't need keys immediately. And this had the possibility of giving us a special item. Turned out it was basically equivalent to a storeroom, so whatever. I like the hallway here, I think. Actually, this could be the den. Yeah. Okay, well, I'll follow up with you after the ad then. Okay. I was thinking of this as like prayer and crowbar, but I think it's prayer and prior or something like that. Pry bar? I think the only letter difference there is possibly the B, right? No, there's the B and the E. Am I spelling prayer correctly? Pray and pry? Yes, that would be an A difference. Okay, A. Okay. I do feel that there's a secret in this room. Maybe related to the swans. There's an awful lot of clocks in here. I really think that big clock is super suspicious. Okay. Ooh, I can get my super fancy shovel. Yeah, I like my detector shovel. We got our detector shovel back. We can consider putting something away later. We've got desert dessert. Pretty confident about that one. Okay, we can get the observatory or a hallway. I don't want to close off right now. Stairs, stars. So this is here. Let's see. I'm going to take the pantry over the kitchen here. There's the tie tier idea. I had this marked as R. this was the same pair of paintings yesterday in the same location. Let's see. Observatory dead ends. Nook gives us more options. Chapel gives us both. We had the chapel here, actually. Anytime we do something other than chapel. Okay, so the chapel doesn't have any paintings. It's always got the same stained glass. The numbers are the same, right? Yeah, those are all the same. I'm certain that there's a secret interaction with the chapel. Just don't know what it is yet. This is a good room to add a dead end. We'll throw in a storeroom. And it's showing the E there. This always shows... Anytime I'm in this room, it shows this E like this. That's always exactly like that. Yeah, this never has a pair of paintings. It's always the E. Although I guess it's also got the plane showing here. But it doesn't... I don't think that matters. Not in this case. We could add the garage, which gives us outdoor access and a bunch of keys. We still have the hallway offshoot after this. There's just not value in adding the garage here, except for the fact that it's a bunch of keys. Yeah, if it's planned, it's still an E. Okay, so we were thinking this might be face, and that's car. Well, that'd be car and card, naturally. So... Chapel, add a D. And I have determined that some of these pictures are meant to have two interpretations. I'm pretty sure of that at this point. Security is the most open. Adding security. No special item. Got a metal detector coin. Got coat cot. Make our usual security adjustment to keycard system. Change the offline mode to unlocked. And that's the only no-brainer. I actually think this time we have a lot of keys. I'm going to set the security level to low for now. And we'll see if that might actually be what we go with. Okay. I want to head east of here, or do I want to head north? I want to head north. Commissary is pretty good right here, I think. This is plot pilot. One, two, three, four. Okay, we've got the magnifying glass, the sledgehammer, the sleeping mask, and the running shoes. I'm going to take the sledgehammer here. If I come back through with money, I'll get the sleeping mask. I'm thinking that the effective sleeping mask is probably more steps the next day. take the drawing room here, because it doesn't block me off. The other two would block me off. And our pictures here are... I haven't figured this out. I think it's tube and tub. So that would be E. It's got to be it. Yeah, we'll use a key here. I have a redraw here, but we're actually very comfortable taking the observatory. This one is Rain Grain. G. Diamondus Minor. Well, not quite what we want when we have the hovel, but whatever. It is what it is. Progresses us. Let me see. I don't really want the parlor here. I'll take the courtyard. It's eating our steps. I want more food. But getting 2 gems, $1. We dug up 4 coins, and then we get to smash this. Okay. This is a silly amount of gems that we really can't put to good use. Figures, right? Okay, let's see. I can finally open the office. I've never opened the office before. This looks like an ideal time to add it. Okay, first look at the office. Bunch of weird stuff. We've got the plane planet combo here. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 6. It's showing the same painting combo that we believe is pointing at T. Upgrade disc. Sweet. Get some coins in the corner. Please check if any books matching these titles are available for purchase in Reddington. Flight of the Queen, March of the Count, Fall of the Lord, Passing of the Barons, Herrings of the Major. The fact that 4 of those in red tells me that maybe only 1 of those matter. I had a little trouble reading the Baron's writing, so I'm not sure if the last title is intended to be hearings or herrings, but knowing Herbert, I suspect either would be suitable. This is written by somebody who isn't Bridget, trying to decipher something about Herbert. And it looks like we've accessed another safe over here. So we still have an unused safe code from a long-ass time ago. And that was on a red memo as 9083. It's probably incorrect because it was on a red memo. Which makes me think. Try 3809. Yep, that's also wrong. Okay. Let's see if there's a hint on the stuff here. The antechamber lever in the greenhouse is broken again. I don't think there's enough time to put in another work order before Simon arrives, so just make sure the west and east levers are operational. Okay, so that means apart from the antechamber, well, the antechamber is the south lever. The west lever we already found. The east lever we haven't found. There's ink here. I will use the upgrade disc before anything else. Get a randomly upgraded room. The nursery will get upgraded. Can the nursery stop being a dead end, please? Make it the nursery, the nurse's station, or the indoor nursery. Okay. So the indoor nursery is whenever you draft another green room, you get 2 gems in there. The nurse's station is if you have less than 10 steps when you enter this room, set your steps to 20, or whenever you draft the bedroom, gain 8 steps. I'm just going to go with the vanilla upgrade. I do like that some of the upgrades change the name. I think it's cute. Run payroll. Checks will be placed in each staff member's room. Each servant's quarter and maid's chamber currently in the estate. Okay. I don't have either of those in the estate, so we won't run payroll. Mm-hmm. Spread gold now. Log into network. We should be able to read email in this terminal. And this is the only terminal where we can read email. For some weird inane reason. From Ann Babbage. Next week. Oh, it's marked 11/1. You have not left me any instructions for the following week, and you know how much I hate leaving critical plans up until the last minute. As soon as you decide on definite plans for the holidays, please pass a message to me, either through Hartley, who is valeting for you this weekend, or if you absolutely insist, through this confounded electronic typewriter. Ann Babbage. That would be, leading up to his death. Did he know he was going to die? Fuse box repair. Please test the correct sequence is off, blue, green, white, red, purple. I guess it's purple rather than pink. I've only gotten white to trigger once. Changes to the estate. You know the changes you requested to your will have been implemented and notarized. If your premonition, God forbid, should bear fruit, rest assured your plans will be executed down to the last detail. McGuire, McKinley, and McDougal. So that was in October 7th. He made changes prior to his death in November. He knew. It should be noted that the white indicator is only displayed after syncing all 6 indicators to purple. Yeah, so you set all 6 to purple, then you click one of them to go white, and then you have to work backwards from there after you set the white. After you set the white, yeah, the rest I think I could do after that. Oh boy. So I finally understand how to use that, how to work that puzzle then. Because I know the goal. I don't think the rest of this matters. We still haven't figured out how to implement the data transfer, however that works. And remote terminal access, we can go to security. There's a terminal in the shelter. That's worth noting. I might want to add the shelter sometime just to get into the shelter terminal and see what's up with that. Okay. March of the Count. Hearings of the Major. Okay. Blue, red, blue, blue, yellow. Do I have color number associations that would help me with that? I can't think of any unless I can find them in this room. Are the outlinings of this painting usually blue? Huh. I think that's the only time I've seen the king piece. I guess it's here in the office. That little curio on the shelf is also unique. I haven't seen that before. Almost everything else in here, I think I've seen the asset in another place. All right. So we've got a new safe to worry about. What is north of the office? This is a good spot to put a passageway, I think. And a lot of steps. Using the hovel. Check west of here. Is that where I want to use the key the most? No. We push north as much as possible if we're spending keys. The pool, I think this actually lets us get into the antechamber for the first time. Unless we have to pull the lever and get to the antechamber in the same run. We have to pull the lever and get to the antechamber in the same run. Okay. This is a good old hose house combo. Simple as. Hey, key. That's cool. There's also a light down there. Okay, it's just a light. It's not a dollar. House hose means that one south of the antechamber is a U. That is new information. Okay, so let me see. I do want the kitchen. Buying food is going to be really good for me. The parlor also connects properly. I think I will add the kitchen in this case. What is our variable food for today? Tomato soup is +5 per red room. Yeah, I'll buy the club sandwich. Steps are our actual premium for once, so. Okay, this will give me a laboratory that does connect to the antechamber. Okay. So now that I have antechamber connections available, this might also help me with color association. Yellow, red, blue, yellow, blue. Okay. No telling. I don't know. Do I get any special items? Oh, hey, keycard. I've already set the house to low security for today, and it's not really going to change. Okay. So, my ways into the antechamber that I found so far, I need to find either the secret garden or the broken lever and the greenhouse, and make a connection to the antechamber. And that all has to happen in the same day. Experiment. When you draft a hallway from another hallway, or each time you find trash when digging. Okay. We'll never spend gems because we're doing steps. So I'm going to do trash while digging, steps to 40. It's also interesting that we have the option to pause experiment. So you can get an experiment effect that you might want to shut off. Also, boat bat, kitchen's egg. Back into the laboratory. Need to check on that again. Laboratory is, it's the plain lamp thing again. Let's see. Is there anything else could be indicated? These both have red pins on them. I'm thinking that the rank 9 might have a different rule. Flight and light? That makes sense. Go with F. Okay, so that can be flight sometimes. Alright. Back to the passageway. Back to the passageway, but I have no keys. If I, okay. Find trash when digging is our other effect. Locked. Locked. Okay. We can go back to security, check our offshoot there. Oh, hey. That's right, we spread coins, so we're going to find some coins as we go. And our metal detector will make sure we don't miss them. And since we're here in the commissary with a bunch of money, what can we get? Running shoes seem pretty valuable right now. It's a shame, because I did want to see what Sleeping Mask does, but I can't ignore how good this is. Okay. Servants' quarters is very weak right now. Locksmith has potential, but we probably want spare room for more room draws. That looks locked. That's locked. It seems like if the door has a visible keyhole, it's locked. If it doesn't have a visible keyhole, it's not locked. I actually want to update the security system. Change the security level to high because we found a key card. Yep, we do have a key card. I had to like double check my brain. $1. Lose $1. Okay, yeah. Money in the pantry. Oh, that has a keyhole, but it's not actually locked. Okay. So that it was not a rule. Corridor is the only way for us to not lock up the rest of the house with this. Random key, thank you very much. Not a locked door. I'm gonna take... I think I take the guest bedroom here rather than the parlor. Oh, this is a tough choice. So I have a locked door off the spare room, and the locked doors off the passageway, and I now have a key. The locksmith gets me nothing, so I definitely don't pick the locksmith. The parlor probably gets me gems that I don't need, so I think I really need the steps. Get our steps in. Found a gem, doesn't matter. Boat bat. A there. I forgot to record the corridor, which is bridge. Bridge is almost always paired with bride. Yep, bridge bride. Bridge bride is G. I gotta say, I've got a lot of this filled in, and it looks like gobbledygook. Like I got a lot of progress without a lot to show for it right now. Lose $1 for the chapel. And we're coming out the spare room. Gotta find more keys. Okay. Locker room spreads keys throughout the house. Or the aquarium gets us more stuff. I don't think we have a special benefit for that is room color based that the aquarium would like make good on, unless we went to the tomato soup in the kitchen, which would then give us like 10 steps for 5 coins. Not good enough. Yeah, I'm taking the locker room every time here. I've also never been in the locker room. The locker room is only available if you've accessed the pool. And we got a key in the locker room itself. Sweet. Okay, so unsurprisingly, the locker room lets you open lockers. We've got... Okay, so let's see. On the left, this is a match. This is fire. I think this is fire fur. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's the first time I've completed a row, and that row says dates. Like rank 4, that's what it spells. There. Alright, we can get 4 items out of the walk-in closet. We can get a book out of the library. I don't know if I can afford the steps, actually. I'll take the library here. Library is giving us the sand but we already know that, because we've already spelled dates. Sightseer's Guide to Reddington. We've got the prior borrowers, Anne Babbage, Lord Evanson, M. Lowry, and Simon P. Jones. The third largest city in Fen Ares, and site of its former capital, Reddington is synonymous with mountains, mystery, and magic. Magic? Most tourists head straight for the boardwalk and don't get much further than the botanical gardens. Reddington has much more to offer. Scenery, castle, an underground bazaar? Huh. I've seen this picture in a couple places. Guaranteed crown please of the botanical gardens, by both locals and visitors for its Ajaran canopy house and mausoleum. Petal-covered trails, a mind-boggling variety of flowers, the reason springtime is Reddington's busy season. Situated just east, the botanical gardens offer a scenic and captivating tableau of the natural countryside. Cobblestone trail meanders past 1,000 species of tropical plants. Okay, so this is a specimen of holly. I had already assumed it is holly. Ilex Messervier. Featherfall Keep, at the base of Mount Perma. A historic site, Featherfall Keep, the former home of Lord William Epson. Okay. After the death of Lord Epson, his oldest son Lionel Epson left the estate never to return. Daughter stayed, maintaining the residence and its staff until her marriage in 1951. Okay, National Historic Landmark in 1972. 20 years ago. Built by the first king of Orinda Ares when Reddington was still the capital. Trinsdale Lake. Close your eyes and imagine tranquil, serene stillness. In the midst of all that beauty sits Trinsdale Lake. Lakeside resort and cabins. Famous in the 100 Bells Tea Room, which is open to general public for lunch on Mondays and Fridays. Mount Holly. That's the mountaintop here. The highest peak in the entire realm. Beyond the physical challenge itself, climbing Mount Holly Trail is a beautiful experience. It's only a few hours from Reddington to get to the trailhead. You won't need any local guides or special gear if you tackle the trail during the summer season. On the opposite side of the peak rests the estate of Mount Holly, nestled between the summit's northern slope and saddle. This 80-acre mountain residence is almost as old as Reddington itself. Property has been completely private since the closing of Mount Holly Schoolhouse in '66. Okay. So the mountain is to the south of us, if that matters. Mainway Station Bazaar, underground, turnstiles, footbridges. Okay, and here's the layout somewhat. Reddington, Mount Holly, Featherfall Keep, Botanical Gardens. If Mount Holly is south of us, what's the orientation of this? Our, let's see, okay. So it looks like our location's not on this map. We're just near this, I think. Burrow's End, Featherfall Keep, Mount Perma, Mount Holly, the Station Bazaar. Okay. Now, can I request another book? The book request isn't here, so I think that I only get to read a book once every 2 visits to the library. I'll have to visit it without the book being there to check out something else, I think. Ballroom. Whenever you enter the ballroom, set diamonds to 2. That's pretty interesting. Oh. The freezer sets the gold and gems over to the next day. I'm not using any gems today. I can't. So I'll hold over my gems for tomorrow. 10 gems? That's really good. I'm gonna do that. I see. The items in the freezer, there's a lot. They're not accessible. Unless you raise the temperature in here. Also, there's something behind this ice, for sure. That's an allowance token, too. I think the settings of the freezer are controlled from the laboratory, from what I could tell. 1, 2, 3, 4. I think I can use the remote terminal in security to adjust those things. 6, 7, 8. But I'll barely be able to make it back to the laboratory. I don't know if it'll be possible. Let me see what I can do. So if I can cut that. It'd be really good. But I think it's when I hit 0 steps that I end the day. Should be very sad. So if I go to the laboratory terminal. So this is the first time remote terminals has ever been useful. Unfortunately, I didn't get to trigger this experiment at all. The thing is, though, like, I don't think that actually did what I wanted it to do. But it doesn't matter much, because I don't think there's anywhere else I can reach. Yeah, because there was nothing food-related in the commissary. The courtyard's the furthest I can reach if I keep going that direction. Whereas I do have the possibility of getting back to the freezer. We just needed to draw, like, the dining room or something. If we wanted to keep... We needed to draw the dining room or an outdoor room that would allow us to dig to possibly reset our step counter. So I'm thinking that the experiment might have something to do with the freezer because there was the freezing-related stuff in the lab. Oh, you know what? One other thing I can try. Well, we got the broken lever. It's just not what we wanted right now. Down to 1. This looks like it's still cold. Yep, okay. So that's something to keep in mind is defrosting the freezer. That's going to be the last run for tonight. It's pretty late. I haven't eaten in quite a while. Mount Holly is a prosaic villa. Very interesting how these are named. I'm not sure why it would be considered prosaic. But we're going to save and quit there. The hovel definitely does make steps a limiting factor. You do get to find cooler rooms, but you can't make as big a house working from the hovel.